Hello and good evening, at least here in the States. It's been a wonderful and rather extremely eventful Halloween evening here over at the Joel and Mrs. Joel's house. Oops. Had a lot more trick or treaters than I think we've ever seen, so our bag is more than empty. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. One of our kids who's been living out of California still came to visit from out of state, and him and his wife came, and he's our Halloween baby. He turned 30 today, our oldest. So we've been going around town and having fun, and his brother Matt decided to take us out to the fancy 5-star Italian restaurant that he manages, and that was fun. So got to talk to the owner and had a really good day today. Really good food. I almost had caviar, but almost right. Anyways, so it was a really good day today for us. Having fun, and I don't know, just lots of conversation. We had our oldest daughter come by and bring her baby, and just the living room was packed full here about maybe an hour or so ago. And yeah, um, been just kind of browsing the web off and on, just trying to find good old civilized, preferably scientific based conversations out there. Not easy to find, as a lot of people are aware of, and so I've been getting this one gentleman on Rebecca's channel, who's got well over 100 post long comment chain going on now with a few people complaining about a document that he tried to share that she was kind enough to read regarding evolution of complex like organs and eyes and stuff. In fact, let me grab that. Anyway, see, he's been, typical less than nice person trying to say how stupid I am and I'm not a scientist and all that good stuff. I've tried to do everything I could just to be nice, of course. Minus pointing out that he's trying to shove a religion on us, but other than that, try to answer questions. And so I offered to let him come onto my channel tonight if he was willing, and he said something about he'd be glad to. He wanted to watch me get angry and flail around or something like that. And so I'm going to bring up the article Rebecca brought up from him and just touch on it a little bit, trying to show you guys, I guess, as well. And then, hopefully we'll have other people want to join and have other conversations. And I just really wanted to see who the Lord wants to bring together, atheist, Christian, or somewhere in between, to have a fun conversation. Preferably, there we go, if I can learn to talk, things about latest in science and technology. You guys know that's my favorite forte. But yeah, just anything in general for fun, casual Halloween night, conversation. So I'm going to just dive into this one paper, kind of share some of the concerns and reasons why, not just myself. I think Rebecca's point was that it was heavy on storytelling, as she puts it, which I thought is lovely, and light on scientific, repeatable, factual analysis kind of thing. So let me see if I can share it here myself. So yeah, anybody that's joining, feel free to pop in and say hi, of course, and welcome to Change Subjects. This is not dedicated to any particular topic, so I will continue talking about things until someone wants to talk about other things. So here's the article in question: the evolution of complex organs. Rebecca, on her Examining Evolution channel, which I can link if anybody wants to see it in comments later, offered the idea of trying to basically do a review of this article. And she points out again that a lot of it is just a lot of it's hypothetical, a lot of it's speculation. And, she tried, I think she did her best. I think she did a good job, better than I think most other people, including myself, would want to really spend the time to look through it. And so her friend got angry about the lack of objectivity in his opinion. So again, I'm seeing if he wants to show up and talk about it in the whatever level of depth that he feels was not done justice to on her channel. I will be, as long as he's and others are willing to stay civilized, as always, I am willing to dive into the depths of this or any other topic as much as anybody is willing to do. So the main problem I had with it was the claim that evolution is different than regular science or engineering because, right here, in contrast to the engineer, evolution does not produce innovations from scratch. And as a rather well experienced, I figured scientist and engineer myself, that instantly started making me raise eyebrows. It works on what already exists. So evolution works on what already exists. Either transforming a system, which transforming a system requires something, I don't know, that would already exist to give it a new function, or combining several systems, I guess things that already exist, to produce a more complex one. Okay, so yeah, we engineers, we never do that apparently, according to this article. We only start from scratch. So natural selection has no analogy with any aspect of human behavior, which I've heard people that subscribe to such views say the exact opposite. So, as a matter of fact, I love to promote Aristotle's, his treatise on physics. It emphatically goes into the humanistic parallels of nature, natural selection, or 2,700 years ago. Could go into that maybe perhaps if that crosses my mind again. If one wanted to use a comparison, however, one would have to say this process resembles not engineering, but tinkering. Bricolage, we say if I probably pronounce that in French. While the engineer's work relies on his having the raw materials and the tools that exactly fit his project, the tinkerer manages with odds and ends. So yeah, I guess I'm torn between going into examples of how us engineers at SpaceX or the other places I've worked at, I guess, don't manage with odds and ends. So I don't know if that's supposed to be an exception to the rule, or if this is just a fundamental misunderstanding of basic science and engineering at this point. Often without knowing what he is going to produce. Really? See, again, it's just this is difficult for me to know how to more effectively, I suppose is the right phrase, I can't even think of it. This is so wrong. This is so out of ordinary. I read this and it's just frustrating. It's just like, what? We tinkerers don't know what they're trying to produce. They're just randomly putting things together. So, first of all this is, of course, as I've tried to just real briefly, even on a very surface layer, show how ridiculous it is. But natural selection has no analogy with any aspect of human behavior except tinkering, which is a human behavior, because they think tinkerers manage odds and ends randomly without knowing what they're going to produce. They're just randomly, shoving screws and sheet metal or glue together. You're just putting glue on construction paper and see what happens, I guess, is what a tinkerer does, according to this article. This peer-reviewed is allegedly evolution.outreach biomedicentral.com article. Use whatever he finds around him. None of the materials at the tinker's disposal has a precise and definite function. You see, so like screws or glue, like I just said, that those don't have definite functions. They're just random things. A tinker just kind of sticks his hand in a jar, I guess, in a box, and hopes it comes back out, without being cut off by something. Each can be used in different ways. What the tinkerer ultimately produces is often related to no special project. Yeah, no, and it's just, I guess that's what's kind of flooring me about this article. All the other details, they try to go into concepts of how, eyes and organs somehow, I guess, more or less magically evolved over undetermined amount of time through code changes that nobody can, see or repeat. But it's all parallel to non-human activities such as tinkering that have no special purpose or no special project. So tinkerers apparently just like to, that's the conics, or the idea, that's the premise of this entire article, is that tinkerers are not humans, and they never have a purpose for the things that they tinker on, and they don't know, or the stuff that they use never have a purpose. It's just random crap. They just they just throw stuff together and see what happens. Really results from a series of contingent events, right? Random, just throwing crap together, from all the opportunities he has had to enrich his stock with leftovers. In contrast with the engineer's tools, here we go, like these people know anything about engineer's tools, those of the tinkerer cannot be defined by a project. No. What can be said about any of these objects is just that it could be of some use. For what? That depends on the circumstances. So yeah, so it's also, and that's why I tried to kindly let the guy know. I asked him myself if he'd had any kind of, real world, past engineering, or any kind of scientific, work or projects himself to help him understand and relate with the extreme fallacy of the reasoning behind this article. That he himself, either as an engineer, if he's done any engineering work, or as a tinkerer, how he would relate with some of these statements. And you can go to Rebecca's channel and you could see he didn't answer that. He changed subjects and typical type of lack of response. But that was my attempt to try to help people, and those that are watching this, please yourself. Think about the things that you've tinkered on. And I made the point that you don't have to be a professional engineer to know how these things work, or to know what the difference between working on a contract type project versus just tinkering, trying to figure out. For example, one of the coolest examples I'm thinking right now is back at SpaceX when we work on the Falcon Heavy project. We had no clue. Well, we had kind of some clues, but it's just from our common sense, really, of how to facilitate the structures. They kept the two side boosters. In fact, let me bring up a picture of it. Let's bring up the old Starman video. Love the video. My wife and I hate the song. Let's see here. How do I do this? I need to get my second monitor going, I think. Stop share. Share screen. Share screen. Chrome. There we go. Okay, so perfect timing right there. So these guys right here. These structures, we originally tried to put together a formalized project. Try to cap it at a $1 million project there at McGregor. And we spent over a month off and on trying to figure out how best to even begin to try to test, these systems in a real world environment before testing them, on the launch pad. All kinds of ideas of whether to do the traditional structure type stand that we do like a large site, or do like a horizontal type test where we laid the boosters on the ground. And then one guy came up with the idea of putting the elaborate, giant cable systems all around it to try to do the twists and the pulls and try to simulate the types of pressures and tensions that we're going to face as the rocket is launching. But none of those ideas really seemed worth the risk of spending that kind of money and not getting, because you really can't simulate these kinds of weights and pressures on the ground. Go into the details of the quote unquote rocket crusher test we did this example of that. So anyway, so we did our best, try to figure out how to get these to not only, maintain structural integrity as it was going through the extreme pressures and forces on the launch, but then of course, be able to be released like this. This is one of, I don't know how many dozens, if not hundreds of ideas that several teams went over, and we had no clue. I mean, you could do a few tests, you can do a few, tension pull tests, whatever, just real basic stuff. We tinkered with all kinds of ideas. Some of them completely just seemingly stupid, just to see what kind of things could happen. And when we put it on the launch stand, this is the maiden flight. It was literally a roll of the dice. We weren't sure if it was going to make it. Elon reassured us directly. He told us literally that he'll be happy if the thing just makes it past the launch stand, and it did. It went further than he expected, but yeah, it performed almost flawlessly. We put a camera on it to try to watch it like this, but it was not a guarantee. We did not. We spent, again, a lot of money and a lot of time tinkering with this as engineers, as scientists, measuring all the different, we had all kinds of transducers and all kinds of tensile load measurements, trying to figure out, what the stresses were going to be. Did the best science, quote unquote, that we could do, but we just didn't really know. It wasn't fully testable. So that's, I guess, one glaring example. I'd love to find the video footage of it going through the entire test process. But yeah, so it's one example how we engineers do a lot of tinkering. Let me bring that other article back up. And I don't see, I think his name was Rob something. I have to look up on her website again. You'll see him showing up. I guess he declined the invitation. Yeah, so yeah, we had, I think, every quote engineered tool humanly imaginable. SpaceX, one of the leading, if not the leading, space launch service companies on the surface of the planet today, if not human history. And we just didn't know. We didn't know if we had the right tools. We thought we were making the right measurements, but a lot of it was guesswork, literal guesswork, tinkering, not knowing what to do. I guess you could say we had a project. We were trying to keep the side boosters, attached to do the launch, but no idea if it was going to work. So, and we had, you had clues. You had stuff from what the Atlas rockets do, for the ULA. You had what the NASA SLS project's trying to do with their, the regular static type connections, solid rocket boosters and whatnot. So we had ideas to copy from, but we were trying to do something different. We're trying to do this from non-rocket booster type technology to begin with. But regardless, things like that. And I could go into other, even my days working on microchips, where it was a research and development fab, and we had all the hand-me-down stuff. So all the tools, all the microchip fabrication equipment that was considered quote unquote obsolete by the production fabs, we'd keep, because the new stuff didn't come or wasn't designed to be able to be modified as easily. It was the latest and greatest quote unquote tools, fab tools, were more or less designed to mass produce already made designs, chip wafers and whatnot. And so it was very difficult to impossible to modify some of those to experiment. So, but the old tools did. The old tools weren't, pre-engineered for mass production. So they had all kinds of interesting little features and things. The tool manufacturers themselves were tinkering with experimental ideas for the tools, which we could take advantage of and, make tweaks and experiments and just guesses of trying to develop the next new technological gain, for microchips, so that once we perfected in the R&D fab, then the production fabs would modify their production chains, whatever they need to do to make the new chip dies, or they would hire, the tool manufacturers to retool their tools or make new tools, whatever, to do the new processes that we R&D guys developed. So there's this constant cycle, basically, between engineering and tinkering, using the nomenclatures, I guess, the definitions that this non-scientific article is trying to convey, was my point, to draw that to a conclusion. That was my chief argument against this article. So when they're misunderstanding the very foundation of science and technology in general, engineering specifically, to me, that means that they're trying to sell me something. They're trying to lie to me. They're trying to say something that's not true. And I did my best to, as politely and as possible, to try to explain that, help everybody relate to that on their own level, about how, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. People that work in an office environment, they invent, or they design, they engineer, spreadsheets, or to put together a PowerPoint presentation. There's all kinds of things that people, put together, that whether they engineer it, from scratch, as this thing puts it, or if they tinker with other random ideas, with or without a special project. There's all kinds of examples as how people of all walks of life, all walks of professions even, can relate to these basic processes, these human, non-human, whatever, confusion this, right? Where did it go? Yeah. There's no analogy with any human behavior. Well, yes, there is. And so I think everybody can relate with that. And that's what should raise the red flags for this article. And so, again, I don't know if I feel like going into the depths anymore right now, because it is, quote unquote, boring, as Rebecca put it, because it's not just storytelling. It's blind faith, as I told her when I briefly joined her channel. It's a waste of time. So again, but I was hoping to see if Rob, what was his name? Let me go look. Go back to Rebecca's channel. In fact, I will stream that briefly, so everybody that has not had the opportunity to see her website, see it real quick, and maybe you guys get to enjoy it. She does talk about a lot of evolution-based issues. Examining Evolution is the name of her channel. She also has a Bread of Life channel. She talks more about religious. You can see she has quite a good following going with other Christian conversationalists on these subjects. Spim Falter is the username, and then he came on briefly at the end of her show as Prophet Rob. So if you guys are familiar with him, he's the gentleman that I asked to try to have a quick conversation with, because he was just being increasingly hostile in the comments, which I don't recommend reading if you guys don't want to get into unless you like the drama. Of course, some people love the drama. There's lots of drama in here. Let's see if I get to the bottom of his comment real quick. See what he may have said. Forgot about the last part here. Congratulations. Bon Bon by Pitbull to celebrate, and I don't know what that is. Okay. I'll listen real quick. Oh, la la la. All right. See what he says. About 15 minutes ago is his last response. So I'll try to hang for a little while, see what I could do to help facilitate, him or others' curiosity. I guess I'll go back to that article for now. I read through more than half of it, I think. But just as a quick, just randomly, even on this part here, they're using pictures as explanations of how DNA allegedly changes over time to formulate, the differences between, like, I guess a fish eye and a human eye and whatever kind of eye, as well as other complex organs. So it's like Rebecca accurately described it. It's literal storytelling and no real examples. I explained to him, as a scientist, I would need to see the de novo, the actual stepwise process of the code changes. It showed where the mistakes were and how those mistakes were overcome. That eventually leads to the new structures to the new code that creates the different forms of organs and whatnot. We would need to see that happen, and if it can't be seen within any reasonable amount of time, then we dismiss it in science. Literally. We don't hold to fairy tales, which is what this literally is. It's the literal definition of fairy tale. It could be a good idea, it could be a good hypothesis, something to try to hope to, create a test experiment for someday, but not today. If you can't do it within, a reasonable amount of time with a chain of custody for the evidence and things like that, then it's not science. It's just not. It's a religious belief. Literally, this is ancient Christian creationism science. From Bill Paley, when Darwin was a Christian, Gregor Mendel, Christians came up with these ideas over a century, almost 2 centuries ago. And for non-Christians to try to beat Christians over the head with it, it's beyond rude. It's beyond ridiculous. They are what they falsely accuse others that do pay attention, that do know this stuff, that do get hired into these fields. I have done biologist type work with genomics and other things. I understand a level of not just the structures and the terminologies, the processes. I understand all this. There are guys out there on YouTube that haven't been professionally hired to do this work, that have spent the time, their own voluntary time, to also learn. You don't have to have a church credential. You don't have to be ordained by an atheist church or whatever, biology church, to be able to pretend to know this stuff. You don't. So all it does is when they make those kind of claims, all that does is say, look, you can't speak of my religion unless you've been ordained, is what they're literally saying when they say you have to have some sort of credential to talk about this stuff, an appeal to credential logical fallacy. It's just horrible. So anyway, so I've got the credentials, quote unquote. Of course, I can't go into too many details without all my wonderful anti-friends wanting to dox me, of course. But I also try to often tell people the best way, if not the only way, because you can create fake credentials online. You can Photoshop all kinds of wonderful degrees and you could create a website of your scientific work, quote unquote, from scratch or whatever. And it's very easy to create very realistic looking websites that look legitimate. It's how phishing is so effective. But you can't fake knowledge. You can't fake talking to somebody face to face, or in this case, in a live stream, to directly discuss the issues and look things up and talk about them and share your current knowledge base. That is the most efficient, if not the only real, way of showing that you know what you're talking about, really, And if you can't do that, then just stop being a jerk, basically. I guess, I don't know. Again, I've read through a little more than half of this. They cite Darwin's white supremacy book, Origin of Species, stupid stuff like this. It literally says, in fact, I got the quote here. I'll bring this up easy. It's on a text document. Well, maybe I'll just say that for a different stream. Darwin's Origin of Species. What's the title again? The Descent of Man, the Selection in Relation to Sex. What was the Origin of Species subtitle? Everybody remembers. Preservation of Favored Races and the Struggle for Life. Talks about how, real briefly, that his preferred civilized race of Caucasians, of white people, hey, Spim, here he is. You are welcome to join the channel. Read that thing. Oh, about Darwin? Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and get it. About Darwin, about this article. And again, you're welcome to join the stream, as long as you can be professional and not hostile like you've been in that text. But yeah, clarify which thing you're asking me to read? This article or Darwin's book, his white supremacy book, after he fell away from Christ? Oh, okay. Yeah. So it would be, like I was saying earlier, you may have missed it, of course. It'd be easier for you to, like everybody was asking you in Rebecca's channel, to show us the key, the precise quote unquote evidence that you had, the detailed sources, the things that you know already, that you claim to know, make the valid arguments, the scientific, the things that we can repeatedly observe in real time and things like that, per the scientific method. Because I went over my biggest problems with it, the idea that engineers don't tinker and tinkers aren't engineers, kind of thing, and I gave a little brief examples to it, why and such. That was my main beef, and if that was the premise of this article, then the whole thing's flawed. The whole idea of what designing or engineering or even scientific work analysis, the authors of this article do not, in my professional opinion, understand processes. They don't understand development. They don't understand. Well, so I don't know that I've got the vocal capacity. My throat would probably give out just reading the whole thing. So again, and others have already, they've got the link. You're asking me now to read this whole thing with all the pictures, with all the drawings, and then all these sources here, I guess, these Google scholars. Is that what you need? An appeal to authority fallacy argument? And pictures aren't proof of things, I think you wanted to agree with me. We need to see the code changes. Are there code change examples in here? In fact, look up code. Means of quantifying complexity have been developed in evolutionary biology as well. Again, I have done professional, for lack of a better word, evolutionary biology type research. There's nothing. It's not really that complex. Actually, it's actually quite simple. The code itself, the actual source code for the genomes and God's designs of life, are complex, but the quote unquote biology itself and the processes of evolutionary biology are pathetically stupid simple. They're actually useless for real AI development. Anyway, so assessing trends involving changes in complexity through deep time. Okay, deep time is anti-scientific. We can't rely on a faith-based assumption of time. We need to see things observable in real time. Well, so that's what I'm saying. We won't understand what you believe the premise was unless you can come and help us understand it. Pathways of what? What pathways exist? The random blind faith, hope, and chance that these things might happen? That's a religious fairy tale. I can't do that as a scientist. Those of us that, the guys that I work with, guys and girls, they don't believe this stuff. I manage projects and things, science and engineering. If one of my guys says that he has to rely on an undetermined amount of time to hope to see if it comes true, we'll have to ask him to leave. Drawings aren't studies. It's like telling me that's like telling our 3 or 4-year-old that the pictures in their books are true. That's a fairy tale. Drawings aren't science. We need data. I think he left. I'm not sure. So that was my attempt to see if these uninterested people or people that are uninterested in science wanted to try to help explain. I obviously that he doesn't either want to or can't or both. And I understand. I don't really want to either. I mean, I could try. I've tried my best. And their fundamental belief in things that they can't prove based on the assumption of continuity. That's called begging the question. your premise is your conclusion. Here, I'll wonder if I have that saved in my banners already. I need to add that. I've been collecting the different logical fallacy banners out there. I got bandwagon. Here, let me give me a second. I'll add this overlay to help explain why these problems, these discussions are not scientific. All right, here. The idea of assuming that the conclusion will follow the premise. You presented a circular argument in which the conclusion was included in the premise. As a logical fallacy argument. So we cannot believe this. We need a non-circular argument. We need to see a repeatable scientific conclusion to help show the premise. Dude, can't even... Oh, no, I was. And again, I was just kind of pausing when relevant. So, again, the proper way of doing this, I think your name's Rob, would be for you to come into my channel and lets you read it, I guess, and then you make the pauses where you think the relevance are, instead of just demanding other people do what you won't. And I mean, he said he wanted to see me get angry and flail around and I guess be stupid, but it looks like you just came back, Rob. No, I'm asking you if you were willing to come and you can read the fairy tale however you'd like, and you could pause and explain to us what you were trying to mean, as Rebecca and others asked you to try to do, and you didn't then. And so it seems like you won't now. It seems like you're not capable, able, or willing, certainly, to practice what you preach. So I wanted to give you that opportunity, or certainly, hopefully, other people that frequent my channel that are actually scientifically minded that would love to, and go over it together, or not just this, any subject really. I mentioned the serial direct and parallel direct evolution example also on her channel, on Rebecca's channel. But indirect evolution, because it's not direct. There's all kinds of just a lot of faith-based stuff. So until Rob, he's too busy. Oh, well, okay. Well, when you're ready, like I said, I only really, one of the main reasons I started tonight is because you said you were interested. So when you're ready to make up your mind, we are here. What else could I enjoy talking about tonight until Rob can help explain his religious claims about evolution, about the ancient falsified theories of Christian creationism? I mentioned to, I think Green was the name of the other person. Another peer-reviewed example of how Linsky's long-term evolution experiment has formally and officially falsified a lot of these the mythologies into ancient Christian creationism. This is one of such, many of this is an older one, peer-reviewed document where they review the E. coli bacteria strains that were given a citrate positive or cit plus environment to see how they would react to it, see if they would evolve to be able to process the extra citrates in their metabolism. And, again, people are welcome to, I'd love to go into the details of what all this means, but the conclusion are that not only were these mutations not a mutation, essentially, they described it as an artifact of the experimental conditions, which is short for saying that the code that was reviewed with these changes was precodified, that it was done by a trigger event, the way they describe it in this article. There's other articles that go into this. Let me find the keyword they use. Promoter. It was a promoter gene. So it's almost exactly like what's called an if-then type statement in modern human code, where if a condition is met, then do this. And so what the promoter genes did for this particular source code was, once it detected that there were enough citrates in the environment, it's very complex, to trigger or promote the exchange or the change of that particular sequence, it's a dynamic code. It's freaking amazing. I'm trying to do certain things like that in our own code today to be able to change the processes to process that citrate. What was further fascinating is when they removed those new strains of adapted E. coli from the citrate environment, those promoter genes, those triggers, reverted back. The line 1 type Richard transposons, the error correction code built into DNA and God's designs, fixed it, put it backwards. It de-evolved. It reset the trigger code, which again, we do that in modern code. So ultimately, the conclusion of this article, as all the other articles that go into the details of this, this is probably one of, if not the only, I would say, truly scientific attempt to try to recreate experimental conditions of evolution, quote unquote, in real time. It's been going on for a good 30 years. It recently ended last year because the excuse was the COVID thing. I don't know what COVID has to do with growing bacteria and stuff, but I guess they're worried the bacteria was going to get COVID, but or that their lab conditions that prevented the bacteria from killing them wasn't good enough for the COVID killing them or something ridiculous. Anyway, the point was that there was no evolution. And Alinsky has been trying to deny it, but of course won't address the details. Like that. Click on the photo and it goes to a study. A change the condition of the promoter is a valid pathway. Right. So notice how he ignored everything else. The fact that not only was the promoter pre-codified and was not a change, but that it goes backwards, that it gets reset, that it is dynamic code pre-programmed to do these things. It's not, doing it on. So it's not happening randomly like a random mutation as the theory of that, as the ancient Christian creationist theory once assumed. It's pre-engineered this way. God wrote that to do that on purpose. To allow E. coli to be able to eat or whatever, process citrates. That's the point that these people don't realize. So, seeing people come and go again. I'm trying to offer to talk about any topic today, particularly science or technology. There's some interesting news on the Starship project that people can go into, or there's some breakthroughs in some fusion reactor technology we can talk about. What's going on, the little public stuff coming out of Skunkworks, for example, or the Department of Energy actually spilled some beans on that, their microfusion reactor. It was kind of cool. So that's public knowledge now. However, Lockheed might appreciate that or not. We can talk about that kind of thing. It's just so much going on today that I wished was just more common knowledge. There's just Starship is a scam. Okay. See, I would love you have time to say things. You don't have time to come talk about them. I'd love to hear how Starship is a scam. I mean, I was not part of the team that started that down in Boca Chica. Boca Chica was still basically, guys working out of rented college dorms at the time. We'd set up a few cameras and set up a fire station down there, but now Starbase is fully functional. Let's talk about that some. I love that topic. Let's see if SpaceX itself has any new. Nope, just got Inspiration 4 splashdown still from last month. They do have the show number 15 launch and landing. That was successful. I'll share that, I guess. If anybody has any details or questions or anything, I do have a good level of knowledge on it. It's, of course, adopted from tinkering from the Falcon Heavy and stuff like that, things like that. Tank body 2 week. Okay, well, it's been tested. This is the 5, 8, 10, 15. This is the 4th launch. So number 10 successfully launched and landed. It was
minutes. The Light 3 engines
had a fire going on in the engine chamber area, and of course that detonated who knows what and caused it to explode after it landed, but the structure certainly was fine. we're using the stainless steel specifically to be more resistant for cryogenetic changes. So steel has always been a superior structure than the traditional lithium aluminum type material that's used. It's just the biggest disadvantage of it being so heavy was the problem. Rocket engines, up until very recently, had a very low thrust to weight ratio, and so the rocket's capability. For example, the space shuttle system, for example, they NASA calculated it costs about $10,000
Starship 15 is airborne.
$10,000 per pound. So the astronauts, they can only bring a few pounds of their like a Bible or their religious pictures and stuff like that. That reminds me, I'm gonna share that real quick. Hold on. Love how the Starship made a donut to the fog that morning. Here, I'll show you a quick example of what cost $10,000 a pound back in the 80s through 90s, I guess. Well, and briefly until 2016 when Obama finally mothballed space shuttle science, and then here we go. Lovely little meme I share often about when people say science will make you stop thinking of religion. I'm like, excuse me. Quick example of that. Study science, they said. You won't believe in God anymore. They said they got all this. I don't know if it's Catholic or Orthodox. I don't know what it is, but they got all these. So yeah, all these little religious symbols that astronauts bring with them, to space. These cost $10,000 a pound. It's very expensive. Much less all the food, and the water and what other fun stuff. So anyway, now that the Raptor engine, it's got over 300,000 pounds of thrust each, and we're working on the new Raptor 2s even better. Weight's not really that much of an option anymore. The stainless steel structure is not. I mean, it's not really a problem anymore. It's not too heavy. It actually adds strength. They're looking at design configurations for Starship of 150 to 200 plus tons per delivery per vessel. So yeah, it's a revolutionary. It's a paradigm shift. We're going to call it revolutionary change in rocket development technology.
Coming up on 3.5 minutes into flight.
Yep, they go about 10,000 kilometers and then rotates. Kind of test the. This is where they're doing the rotation. Oh nope, I'm going too fast.
Engine.
Yeah, they do the rotation to test the
from the Raptor engines.
Little wing configurations. Looks like the telecom decoders aren't keeping up. Get some lag there. The other Starships, the Star Number 10 footage. There we go. There's a little bit. That's some phenomenal pictures and video.
Back at the flaps on Starship. We're in the horizontal defense.
The genius put a camera on the actual flap. I don't know, but hey, there it is.
A reminder, phase that's coming up as we get ready for landing.
See the cold LN2
the vehicle from horizontal to vertical.
Reaction control system.
Good. And we're coming up on 3 kilometers.
Yep, the decoders are not, which is rare because I mean they're on the same site. I don't know why it's. I mean, it's normal to cause trouble when it's out to sea, but when it's above the starbase, I guess something else is going on. I bet you someone got in trouble for whatever this is flapping out some cable.
And we have ignition. Starship heading back to the landing zone.
Don't even need all 3 engines. It's so light comparable. The technically can land on 1 engine. There you go. The tank is perfectly fine. I guess you just don't follow, science. You don't keep up on science, Rob. So number 20 is
Starbase
stacked.
Flight Control has confirmed, as you can see on the live video, we are down. The Starship has landed.
Mm-hmm.
We're going through the safing
See this,
sequence
the
in flight
structure's
computer right
fogging up
now.
again.
We'll be back.
Yeah, no, it's the prototype's working just great. Tank body is not too weak, as you said. Yeah, there's. I guess we can look at they've stacked and unstacked it several times, waiting for the Biden administration to get the FAA to finally approve the next full-scale test launch. I'll share that here for everybody. Some of the latest in rocket science. There's a space.com web link here. Some aerial pictures. So serial number 20, full stack. They've got the heat shield tile experiments on the other side. This is I believe this is serial number 5, heavy booster. Crane's lifting it up. You see the heat tile side of it. They're going to hope to go into full orbit. They're going to splash the super heavy. Well, there's several flight plans filed right now with the FAA. One of the more hopeful flight path is they're going to splash Booster 5 into the Gulf of Mexico, and then try to get to see if serial number 20 Starship can splash somewhere near Hawaii. Some more close-ups of it. You see the little trained monkeys there. Apparently, evolution creates monkeys into people, and so you don't really need people to design things. Natural selection will do it with the monkeys. So I like to tease. So that's the trained monkeys there. Rocket scientists and engineers that are helping all this technology, all these things. This is adapting. Starship's just an adaptation. It's a natural selection adaptation, and natural selection uses monkeys to make it happen. And there you go. I know the guy that runs these cranes, man. This guy, he makes bank. It's very rare to find guys that are ITAR qualified. He's kind of a. I'll be nice. He's an eccentric type of person too. He's quite the personality, but he knows how to work his cranes, man. So yeah, there you go. That's going to launch soon. It's the largest, most powerful rocket in human history. 29 Raptor 2s, and yeah, just waiting. Matter of time. I'll stack it, do some tests. You know, they've done the full pressurized tests. You know, the crowd tests. They've unstacked it, restacked it, unstacked. There's what's it called? The Megazilla. What do they call it now? There's a weird public name now for the arms that are going to capture it. Not the Ford. Come on. Even Google doesn't keep up on it. Mechazilla, my bad. See if they got the new pictures of that. These giant arms are going to catch the second stage. Oh, let's see, that doesn't show nothing. Even crazier than we thought.
Latest installment, and its super heavy connect arm or QD Falcon 9 boosters returning to Earth after.
See all this superfluous information. Come on, guys.
Into all the new, try to catch the largest ever flying object.
There you go. There's the animation of it.
He posted on his Twitter page, along with the
That's the idea behind it, anyways. They should have showed that more often, more detailed, but
will help stabilize and balance.
It's coming together. There's this is October. Yes, this is recent. So maybe they'll show the
To put it another way, if SpaceX
installed
catch the
pictures of
world's
it.
largest rocket booster and upper stage on a regular basis in the future, a tower with giant arms, or say that the massive pair of arm lifting and other. Musk gave us some to use 2 pins. Musk said that maybe it's better to modify sports or flaps, but thanks to and grab super on the arms. SpaceX start to install it.
The Starbase tour that Elon did with Tim
has swung into place.
last summer, they showed the grid fins
After
that this thing rests on.
arm can link Starship to the pockets. For the
Called it Giant Bear
semi-reusable
Trap. Is cute.
or a
I think look that up if y'all are
rocket and
interested.
ship will only need legs that neither of them land on other planets. For
Wait a minute. That was a clip of it.
Rocket and ship with the tower means that neither
They
of
almost
them
show
needs
it, apparently.
landing legs to support to the moon, and Mars legs to support the rocket and Falcon with the
So yeah, all kinds of progress. Just waiting on the government to get out of the way as usual.
Given the clock, Starbase. they may be almost done, according with SpaceX mechanism heavy and ideas to make love him or hate him.
So yeah, what else? Hey, Christopher. Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to come ask to join. I'd love to have a conversation about almost anything. That wasn't orbital velocity. Yeah, we know. Thank you. You need the heavy booster to get into orbit. It'd be nice if people would at least try to learn the basics of a topic before commenting on it. Ooh, rocket. Natural selection works on cognitive faculties too. I thought that was the opposite. I thought it didn't. So was that a contradiction now of his article? Here we go. Where was the comment about how natural selection is not an engineer, a tinkerer that does not rely on, what was the word they used? Something to do with human, something it seemed. Here we go. Natural selection has no analogy with any aspect of human behavior, but natural selection works on cognitive faculties too. So there we go. That's why the church is dying. Yeah, so I've been working in, science, technology fields, I guess, almost 30 years, maybe? I don't know, long time. And I don't meet atheists. All I meet are Christians and, theists. And I don't, because people that believe that you can have a lack of evidence can't work in science. It's against your religion. Science is against your religion. So the church is fine. I don't think that the media's ability to lie and try to create false assumptions, like from the Pew Research Foundation, the media corporations that just pool church clubs, which the National Academy of Sciences, for example, you do not have to be a scientist. There are non-scientists in the NAS. It is literally like a Masonic lodge, literally. You're only accepted based on the current members voting you in, literally. So what had happened was that, genuine scientists wanted to have a scientific lodge, a club, and they accidentally voted in a few atheists over the years, back when atheists weren't so fanatical. And so now the atheist members have slowly just voted the scientists out. So now it's just a predominant collection of non-scientist people in NAS. And same thing with, and then that's the only, it's that in the American Association of the Advancement of Science. That in the NAS are who the peer research fraud people pull. They don't pull actual scientists or actual fields of science or anything like that. They just pull these church clubs. The AAAS used to be called, in 1925, they changed their name from the American Advancement for the Association of Atheism. They changed atheism to science. It also does not require you to be a scientist. You do not have to be in a STEM field. It's like $85. I think currently, last time I looked it up, it's $85 a year for their annual fee for college kids. So you don't even have to be in a field at all, a professional field. And it's like 130 or something like that for people that are not in college. So again, it's just a church. So the only church that's dying are the atheist church, so to say. And it would be great, again, Rob, to talk about this stuff in a more civilized manner. You obviously have the time. It can select for effective cognitive faculties, right, without being like a human cognitive process. It's very contradicting. You don't believe anything. Oh no, I just need evidence. If you have some, like Rebecca and others asked, I'd love to talk about it. So this is at least one other attempt within a week to allow people of your faith to want to talk about it, and you're just attacking. So yeah, until you can come on and help explain how evolution is both not like a human behavior and it has cognitive human behavior type things, as you say, as you contradict your own beliefs with, let us know. Try to think of other good topics. Or I guess I could just go ahead and wrap it up. It's been a good hour now. Haven't had any other requests for other topics tonight. Touched on how the LTE falsified the idea of natural evolution. Talked about how Darwin's ancient adaptation from Christian creationism, where he added the Huxley brothers' white supremacy dogma to it, it's been falsified. What else, guys? Look at the paper. Well, I did. I have it open. I have it open live on my screen. And you have to help. So when a scientist like myself presents information, and especially if I'm going to show the source or multiple, we prefer multiple sources, actually, collaborations, we demonstrate, we put the presentation on, we put the slides together, whatever you got to do. SpaceX, I loved it because our conference rooms, we had dry erase rooms, ceiling, floor to ceiling, the furniture itself, the desks were all dry erase. And so we would spend, it would be really chaotic, but we would spend all kinds of time literally marking up the entire room. All the windows, everything, the whole conference room would just be this huge mosaic of equations and drawings and whatever theories, and then we always had fun with it. And at the end of the conference, we finally get somewhere with our thoughts. We're literally just taking screenshots with our phones. That's how and then someone would go, put it in a OneNote or spreadsheet or something, put it something more, whatever. But anyway, so the point is you have to show your beliefs. Well, so the citations are irrelevant. When I speak, I'm citating, or I'm making citations for myself. So you have to explain these things. And so I'm doing my best to take the parts of this fraudulent anti-scientific document and explaining, based on my own professional citations, why I've got problems with it. So to highlight whatever other church members down here, reconstructing ancestral butterfly eyes, focus on the ospins. So somebody wants to build a butterfly eye, I guess without human ability, but with the human ability of reconstructing. I'll try to see if that opens anything up or not. Okay. Let's go to a random example here. Journal of Experimental Biology, Reconstructing the Ancestral Eye, focus on the ospin. Summary, the eye of butterflies are remarkable because they're diverse. Wait till you see camera technology, man. You guys have no clue. Much of the eye diversity can be to alterations in the number. Okay, so that's a kindergartner's explanation. Spectral properties and spatial distribution. Okay, so again, human technology is far superior than God's technology as far as the variety and the spectral properties and spatial distribution. And we can go into the differences with analog or even digital-based camera technologies today, much less infrared spectrums and all kinds of other spatial distribution. This article seems clueless about eyes that contain visual pigments. Okay. Again, this is first or third grade level so far. Yep. Human camera technology does not rely on the visible light spectrum. Photoreceptor cells. That's nice. It's how CMOS technology uses photoreceptors for digital cameras today. We learned that from reverse engineering God's technology. So the fact that it's limiting a packet, mRNA is a equivalent to internet TCP/IP type protocol packet technologies, like a Ethernet packet. It's a collection of temporarily copied information for those that aren't IT savvy. So it only uses one packet per cell. That is design. If it was developed randomly or through some sort of non-human capability, as this gentleman likes to contradict himself with, we would see examples of more than one. and see the mistakes and the problems. Okay. Subtypes. 2 OSPINs. Okay. So it's not only one. Okay. Let's not contradict ourselves in the same sentence. Okay. Phylogenetic. That is make-believe. So that's literally lines on a paper. And it changes constantly because they find errors, mistakes, contradictions. This is proven false. This is anti-science. Phylogenics is literally a kindergartner drawing lines on paper thinking that it could be true. Literally. They have to erase and reconnect and pretend to know how to do science for their religion. Okay, so we got 5 butterfly families. I'm not reading anywhere where they're reconstructing yet. We're just talking about what's already constructed. From 4 or 5 families, he proposed a model. Oh, he proposes. He doesn't actually reconstruct it. He just likes to make believe and wish he could do it. Okay. Aligned with the, I'm not sure what a nephelid is. Let's go see what that is real quick. It's the largest family of butterfly. Oh, it's in the butterfly. Oh, that's stupid. All right. The visual pigments, blah, blah, blah. Visual systems of existing butterflies. Then underwent, ladies and gentlemen. And you had better believe them just because I said so. It just did. An adaptive expansion based on lineage specific BNLW genes that are only one type per cell, but can also be more than one type. It could be 2 types. But so not only can they be both only 1 and 2, but now they somehow magically, apparently, I'm going to take this by faith, underwent an adaptive expansion based on the 1 and 2 OSPIN gene multiplications. That's amazing. Spatial expression within the eye. That is not science. Understanding the molecular sophistication of butterfly eye complexity is a challenge. No kidding, Kojak. If met with broad biological implications. All right, this is a church document. This is just, any Christian, any religious person would say the same thing about whatever faith they hope to speculate could be true, literally, as a faith-based. Hey, Jeannie. Hey, I invited Spim here to share why I'm insecure when I refute every sentence like that, and told me to read it. And so I read it, and I added my commentary to it. This is one of the citations in his anti-scientific document about why, we talked about briefly on Rebecca's channel about the magical evolution of complex organs and eyes. And so he doesn't have time to get on my channel live as I invited him, but he's got time to call me a liar and all these other, religious hate crap. But anyways, so yeah, I'm trying to do what he says that he needs people to do and that he can't do, I guess. And so if you're willing to want to join and help, I would love to invite you. The link for joining my live stream is at the top, and see what you can help learn and decipher and maybe pick this apart together with. I'd love to. And we can talk about any subject. I didn't have any. This was one of them, maybe the primary onus for one to start tonight. But I am always open to almost anything. Maybe we've got something better than kindergartner drawings, to talk about for science. Love to talk with you, get to meet you. We can share stuff from my past stuff. I was sharing some stuff about SpaceX, some of the latest developments. SPIM was falsely making claims based on the SpaceX Starship designs. So I showed the reality of what he doesn't know how to talk about. Not going to accept your religion that happened to forgone to want to talk to you. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right, Spim. We scientists, we don't get bullied by religious fanatics like yourself. So you're right. I'm too far gone to be able to be bullied into your religion, your cult. Yes, sir. I had hoped you could have had a civilized, fun, genuine scientific conversation to help explain to us the reason why we're too stupid to accept your cult religion. I would have loved to have gone into those details. Opportunity was given. You denied it. I guess you were concerned that you would not be able to keep up or be able to talk about the details in a mature, rational, adult, scientific type mind. So opportunity lost, I guess. We could try again. Or if you've got other members of your cult that are willing to go into these details that you can't do, as you've scientifically or empirically demonstrated tonight, that you would welcome, that would be willing or capable, certainly capable of talking about the stuff with us. I'd love to entertain them and have fun trying to help each other understand these things. If it was scientific, you would be responding to the... No, again, so the stuff that I did at SpaceX as a counterexample to your current claim, doesn't matter if my name's on it or not. I mean, I got my name on a few things. All of it's under non-disclosure agreements. My name's under Elon's old car that's spinning past Mars right now, for example. Maybe when it comes back, we can take pictures of it and look at it. We didn't take any pictures of the time, et cetera, because we're worried about people getting doxxed or whatnot because of people like yourself. So appeal to authority logical fallacies prove that you are anti-science. Who people say, or the people that say things, is not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is the actual argument. So to say that your church cult leaders said something makes it true is not true. Lame. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, again, I did my best to help you and others try to think about the flaws in your reasoning. So if there's anybody else, okay, Greeny, that's great. I understand. Yep, I've tried to I try to join in live streams while picking up my kid from work on occasion. I don't know if it's dangerous is the right word, but certainly the spotty connections, make it less than fun. But yeah, no, I'd love to talk with you or anybody, man. I just opened this up. I'll leave it up for a little while longer to see. I'm seeing other people come and go. Anybody that's wanting to have fun, talk about science and technology. I guess I more recently in my ministry, I've kind of started to give up trying to help convince people like Spinfalter who are religiously devoted to these fantasies instead of science. And I guess I want to just try to ask questions. I've had God has really blessed me significant. I mean, just tremendous, more than I could ever imagine, with a wonderful field experiences in all various science and technology fields and backgrounds, whatever. And so I've got a lot of knowledge. I got a lot of stuff I could talk about. And blood emerald rockets. Oh, I don't know if there's any blood or emeralds in the SpaceX rockets. Oh, you're talking about his dad. Yeah. We grow. I custom ordered a sapphire. We were doing the Amos 6 explosion. Here, let me see if I can link that real quick. This is when I was still put there. This is just a quick. This is probably not the best video, but I'll share real quick. We don't buy any of Elon's dad's old emeralds for science. We custom grow them now. Not that science deniers like yourself. So anyway, so Amos 6, it was an Israeli payload through the Israeli Space Agency. Mark Zuckerberg was part of the customers for this new satellite, telecommunication satellite. We were experimenting. Oops, there it goes. We were experimenting with what's called fast loading supercooled helium, where we use for what's called our COPV or carbon overpressure wrapped vessels. It's these black little tubes, little cans that fit right about here or so in the middle of the second stage. That's it's full of super compressed, basically super or densified is another word they use, helium to help push the liquid, the LOX and the other gases, or when the liquids, you see them here evaporating, basically when they get inside the tank, when they start to evaporate, especially after launch and all the heat and pressures start to cause the liquid propellants to evaporate, we try to push all that back down. So, especially in the microgravity of orbit, to keep the propellant near the pumps to push out to the engines and such. So to help facilitate that, we release this compressed helium inside the stage, to help give that extra pressure. There's all kinds of cool pictures I could show to explain it further. So, and the theory was to try to again densify and supercool it, and we're trying to do a rapid loading process because, again, one of the strategies for rocket design, going all the way back, to NASA and others, Roscoe's experiments, is to try to load the propellants and the oxidizers as long as you can right before the moment of ignition, because it's constantly burning off. So anyway, so we're trying to do that, and I go into the details of what caused it, if anybody wants to ask, but lo and behold, it caused a spark in a 100% liquid oxygen environment, and went boom. The sound takes a while to get to it, because this is about, I don't know how many miles away. There you go. Sorry, Zuckerberg is waiting in North Africa himself, waiting for the satellite to get into orbit. He's offering some new advertising and whatnot services for Facebook and other things for North Africans, and oops. So yeah, it's called a RUD, Rapid Unplanned Disassembly Event. So it's unplanned and happened pretty rapid. Rocket disassembled itself. Anyway, so I was part of the team to create the scientific experiments to try to figure out why this happened, right? It took a year, and it was very fun. And I wouldn't say stressful. We were worried the company was going to go out of business because of it. Nobody wants to hire, a private space company that's going to have the rockets, the multi-million-dollar rockets blow up on the stand, But plus it costs like $90-something million to clean up NASA's old launch pad, that's the 93A, the space shuttle and stuff is launched from for decades. But anyways, so part of the trick that I found to help a camera survive because we had to put the camera inside that densified, super cooled compressed helium vessels, that, first I tried to find vendors that had some sort of cryo persistent type camera technology, and they were like, oh no, it can't happen. It's not possible. Your camera will freeze and be crushed. The cabling, the whatever connections, even if you try to do a wireless connection, the electronics will not be able to survive in a less than 300 degrees below Celsius, whatever it was, I forget exactly, environment. There's no way possible to do it. So we said, okay, thanks, we did it. SpaceX is always doing the impossible. So part of that was because they were right. The enclosures that I tried to experiment with wouldn't survive, the heat transfer. We tried different variations of heated nitrogen blankets, trying to fill the enclosure with different gases. And of course, they just, the best we could do was it would densify and cause fog. We had nitrogen fog in the enclosure. Of course, the camera can't see through the fog, so that was useless. But now we figured it out, and I can go to some of the details. I don't think it's part of our NDA. But the coolest part was I had a custom grow a 1-inch thick sapphire lens to be able to survive the pressures and try to prevent some of the fog and other different things. And it still wasn't perfect, especially since it was green. We tried a blue one, but that was even worse. But yeah, so we don't buy blood diamonds like you might, I guess. But anyways, yeah, no, again, I don't think his dad has bought any of his products yet. I don't think his dad's into rocket science, rocket delivery systems. And Elon, I don't think cares about the mines. I don't think he has any stake in it. So I think you're lying again. What else we got? No, not only did Elon make his money through selling his bank transfer technology he built, him and his brother and some others, to eBay, which has nothing to do with what you're saying again. I think you're just lying. But he almost went bankrupt a few times, especially at SpaceX. The story about how, he used his own money to fund the first 3 Falcon 1 launches, and the Falcon, they all failed. The Falcon 4 launch, the fourth Falcon 1 launch. Here we go. He could not afford for it. The company couldn't pay for it. And so with his initial capital venture, so he went and put all the rest of his money into it. He talks about in his book and in personal interviews how he had to literally ask some of his friends over in California to help pay rent that month for that launch. He could pay his own rent. But and the cool thing was about is that he prayed before the launch, and God answered his prayer. It was a miracle. It's a miracle launch, because we found out later that the same flaw in the third launch, where the sensor to cut off the first stage engine when it was separating, that same flaw existed for the fourth launch. So it technically should have, of all of our instrumentation, all of our telemetry, scientifically, it should have rammed up into the second stage again, but it didn't. It just didn't. We don't know why it didn't. We weren't able to recover it fully to know why. We just knew from the active telemetry that the signal did not cut off, like we were, crossing all of our fingers and all of our toes, and it just did. It's like God just went clip, sent an angel, stop that signal for us. Like, and SpaceX exists now. SpaceX would not be alive today if God hadn't done whatever God did to stop that flaw. And it was such a stupid, simple flaw too. You think that, yeah. Anyway, long story short, the guy is not who you think he is. I think you're projecting. Yeah, Hyperloop is another thing. Elon says that's his intern project. Nobody at SpaceX or Elon, we don't care about the Hyperloop thing. All that was just a side idea he came up with to help stupid socialists, basically, to fix traffic problems. Like, they keep trying to fix their road designs, and they keep making it worse. So he's like, well, why don't you dig some roads under the ground, and make it cost effective, so you don't have to spend billions of dollars a year on electricity to fund electrified subways. And so, try these ideas. It's an intern project, literally, Spim. Skylink, it's making money. I don't know why you're against the internet. I guess you're an anti-technologist. Tesla, you mean what do you call it? The Solar City? Elon bought his way. No, he didn't. PayPal bought his product. He didn't buy into it. He doesn't even have any stake in PayPal. You get really stupidly, it's not just false, it's stupid information. Are you making crap up? Even the anti-scientists that I deal with, all the flat earthers and stuff like that that make better arguments. Flat earthers make more sense than you do. They don't even say these things that you. So where are you getting this side idea to pump up the stock price? He didn't make any money selling eBay stock. Anyways, if anybody else is still watching that wants to have a cool conversation, I'd love to have, fun conversation, possible tonight. People genuinely interested in science. People that can talk about the church papers that they share on the internet. Because I got a bunch of stuff in my. If you guys want to follow some of my links, got Mark Roper, Tim Dodd, Destin's Everyday Smarter Everyday channels. Those are the guys that I love to follow pretty daily. SpaceX has its own YouTube channel, of course. They update it when there's a major event. They don't update it often enough, in my opinion, of course, but that's just some of the avenues of some of the stuff that I try to follow if you guys want to kind of help keep up and talk about things. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else interesting. Yep. Have fun in my denial. So again, I was just hoping you'd be able to not deny the fact that you can't talk about your own information. I would have loved to have seen you be able to help us understand it, because it's not science. It's literal blind faith and self-contradictory. That was my point. I think triggered his religious sentiments. I told him, I explained to him how self-contradicting it was. I explained it earlier tonight. The idea that it does and does not have human behavior characteristics. He himself contradicted that. here live for us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, the idea is that butterfly eyes can be recreated based on looking at other butterfly eyes. They said, as that one citation I pulled up, that's the kind of level of that's why, I make those bold, seemingly crazy sounding claims like I make, that there are no atheists in science. They cannot get hired. They can't. We test. We don't ask people's religious beliefs at all. We don't care about your religious beliefs. All we care is that you know how to understand how evidence or how belief, your understanding of things, requires evidence, repeatable evidence in real time. We test your knowledge of being able to not only understand but maintain scientific mythologies. We ask you questions that we hope that even experienced scientists, the question I think one of my videos I went over, some of the interview details I had when they were interviewing me for SpaceX and other places. We try to trip each other up. We say, hey, what about this? What about that? And we'll ask a seemingly non-scientific question that is in fact a scientific premise to it, just to test the waters, see how you think. Do you think like a scientist? We've got all kinds of cool, fun ways of doing that. And so these people that are attributing to these ancient, falsified Christian creationist theories of evolution is what they are, trying to force it through hatred and just the bullying tactics, you've seen here tonight, don't get hired. So yeah, they can't get past interviews. They're stuck in their what I call their churches, their atheist church. They're all over the place in academia. But like Einstein said, do I have that picture loaded? Let me see. I don't think I've got that loaded yet, so let's load that. Wait. Nope, that's the Einstein's talks about science can never prove anything. No amount of experimentation can never prove me right. A single experiment can prove me wrong. Well, sorry guys, but Christian creationist evolutionist theory was proven wrong several times. I already talked about that. Let me load this other wonderful quip I've got of Herr Einstein, one of my favorite heroes, not just in the sciences, but just an awesome person. I know he made some mistakes in his personal life, don't we all? But the guy is just cool. I love his humility. I love his passion for science and trying to just help humanity. Trying to educate people about science. About how to think, how to rely on logic. Here we go. So this is why you only see atheists or quote-unquote evolutionist religious type people in schools and never in actual science jobs. Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. I love how Elon himself talks about how college isn't for learning anymore. It really has been. Here, I'll bring that up. Lots of interviews of that, lots of stuff that he likes to share, how we don't hire people based on your education. Your college, college is basically paying somebody to help you pretend to learn how to think because you can't think for yourself yet. That's its only purpose. If you can't think for yourself, if you can't learn things for free, because you can learn anything for free today. You can basically learn anything for free. If you can't do that on your own, then you have to pay somebody to teach you how to think. That's what college is for. So when you try to get hired by guys like me or others in science, we don't care if your sheepskin taught you how to think or not. We challenge you personally, face to face, to see if you can prove you can think or not, with or without your college degree. College degrees just say you can do your homework. We don't need you. We need more than just homework in science. Actually, I think he says that here. Yep. Bunch of annoying homework assignments. That's all it is. Who cares? We don't want you to do homework on the bleeding edges of science. You can't do homework for what hasn't been developed yet. I hate to break it to you. There's no homework for science. So, anyways, yeah. So yeah. You can prove God didn't make our world. I don't know. Can you prove a negative? Want to join, Mr. Saint Beloved? I don't know how we can do it. Are you referring to Einstein about nothing can prove him right? Is that what you're referring to, maybe? No, science can only prove us wrong. Science can only be used to falsify our religious assumptions. Because I subscribe to the scientific evidence that God did make this world. In fact, I further agree with Einstein again. He said emphatically, hold on, let me just get the quote directly, that science can only be used to understand God, how God creates this world. The rest are details. Yeah, I'll post it for you in chat. I think it'll fit under the 200 character limit. Does that fit? Daggone it, they cut it off. Hold on. There you go. I want to know how God created this world. I am not interested in this or that phenomenon and the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details. Amen. Science is just the details of how to ask God what he thinks about anything and everything. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I think, and so America, certainly space programs, yes. But for like SpaceX, unfortunately, we have to follow federal hiring law restrictions. You have to be, I think, a minimum of like 18. You have to be American citizen. There's all kinds of ITAR facility regulations, it's called. But yeah, we have tours. Especially those of us that are active employees under Elon. He encourages us. We bring our friends and our family. I brought my kids. And I love their questions. I love how they're like, my daughter, Dad, no, rocket science was so dirty. I'm like, yeah, what do you think is rocket science? It's working in the sand. It's dirty. My wife's like, we go to the tours on NASA at the JSC down in Houston, where I was raised. She's like, it's all behind glass, and you can go into the hangar, but you can't touch anything. It's all clean and pristine. People walking around in clean suits. And you go to SpaceX, it's literally on a farm. It's in the dirt. I love it. You have to shut the stands down every once in a while when there's a bee swarm, rattlesnakes dripping off the cable trays, love it. So yeah. And yeah, I would love to bring, those of us that do this stuff, we love to teach kids. We love to inspire children, whether they're homeschoolers or not. And they come up with some of the best ideas, Sandy. Kids are God's people. That's why Jesus, I think, said that you have to be like a child to get in his kingdom, because they're not just innocent, they're smart, they're creative. They think outside. I wish I could hire kids. How's that? Because just for the fact that they think outside the box. It's so hard to find adults these days, especially these days, that think outside the box. Yes. If you're trying to promote homeschooling specifically, I can't agree more. My kids were partially homeschooled off and on, and every time they wanted to go back to a public school, you could just see, and they would complain themselves. They're like, Dad, we talked about this 3 years ago. I don't want to do this. It's boring. I'm like, you asked for it. They wanted to go hang out with whatever. So yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, there's lots of concerns about that. I think the problem, and I was watching Tom Sowell interviews just last night, as a matter of fact. He's an award-winning economist, and he talked about how when he grew up, especially as a young minority, they moved to Harlem in the early 50s, 60s or so. He didn't have the education opportunities where they grew up with. I forget which, and somewhere in North Carolina where he was born. And so him and his family, they moved to Harlem just to help to get better schools for him. They themselves, his family never had an education, and he loved it. He's an extremely talented, economist and professor now, very educated. Guy is just wicked smart and funny. just a little bit rude sometimes when he has to deal with not intelligent people, which makes it better in my opinion. But he talks about how he has gone back to some of the schools that he, of course, went through and taught at, and in his older age now, how he would tell his students today, I used to walk my dog across such and such park, here in New York, and he would hear little gasps from his students talking about, now you can't do that today. Oh, hey, Soldier of God, you sound familiar.
Well,
sir. We before. Hi.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to get my headphones away.
Yeah, and real quick, Sandy, Thomas Sowell, if you haven't read his or watched his interviews, read his books, phenomenal. He also talks about how when he was graduating, he was a young college grad and economist, he was also a Marxist. Was it Rubin Report? He has an interview with Thomas Sowell in his later age. Flat asks him, when you were a Marxist, what changed your mind? And Thomas Sowell brilliantly was like, facts. It was just brilliant. I love it so much. So yeah, he's a good example of beating that system you're talking about. So hi, Soldier of God, what's going on? What's on your mind tonight?
Hey, not much. I'm trying to fix my headphones. They weren't.
Okay.
not
I'm hearing you
working.
okay. Again, have we spoken
Yeah, I'm
before? Your
basic.
name's kind of familiar.
I don't even know for sure where I know you from. Maybe
Okay.
from Praise AM or
Yeah.
Smokey or
Smokey and I do not
Yeah.
agree. We'll put it that way.
Cool.
Oh, I guess we tend to agree on most things, but his no. his
Do you
mode
know?
of
Do you know a lot about carbon dating?
I know, yeah, I think so. Radiometric dating systems, yeah.
Yeah, so like if I went and like dug a rock, dug 10 feet down in Texas and 5 feet down in New York and 100 feet, or maybe just like a bunch of those in each area. Could I bring you those rocks and you tell me how old they are? Without me telling you like where I dug them up. I didn't explain it very good.
I don't own any of the radiometric decay detection equipment. I mean, you can pay others. You can send it to a lab that does it, if that's what you're asking. Yes.
So, and
Or
they would be able to tell
lab.
me. So, like in Minnesota, we dug down 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. And then I marked the things, but didn't let them know how deep each one was.
Mm-hmm.
Could they
The depth is
correctly?
not as important. Yeah, just to let you know, it doesn't matter how far down on the ground necessarily. There's all kinds of erosion where things that seemed like they could have been millions of years old turned out that they, the ground just hadn't been exposed until recently. There's all kinds of shark teeth in Kansas, for examples. But no, so C14 is the measurements are based on how much of the air and the carbon that animals breathed in and ate plants from. So plants digest carbon from the air, of course, the photoelectric effect, and so that's what brings those rare radioactive isotopes. And so they try to measure the amount of those isotopes found in fossils, essentially, or whatever artifacts, and try to say, okay, well, since it seems like the C14 today in the atmosphere is this much, excuse me, and these isotopes decay at this rate, then these other isotopes we found and wherever the heck you got it out of, from the ground or not, were probably this old. That's how it basically works. Doesn't matter the depth, just how much C14 is decayed. If that helps answer.
Okay, that kind of makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. So if something, was alive 5 seconds ago, and it's got some carbon-14 that's only decayed for about 5 seconds, and you say, okay, this thing died like 5 seconds ago. Versus if it something died 10,000 years ago, it seems you can say, okay, it has some C14 that has decayed. That seems like it was 10,000 years ago. So, okay, this thing's probably that's how it works. How much
Like,
C14 has decayed?
How accurate can they be?
It is not scientifically accurate. It's a good ballpark. Radiometric. That's the problem with radiometric isotope and dating material in general, is that there are external factors. There's all kinds of cosmic, radiation and all kinds of things in the environment that corrupt those decay rates. They're not static. They are variable. They're good guesses, but you have to be able to. So like NIST, for example, the National Institute of Science and Technology, they're the U.S. standard, at least for scientific instruments. They have to put several tons. They have like a 25,000 lead ton experiment that they put together to shield this box, right? And they put their radiometric isotope in there to try to measure the decay rate. And all the lead, literal just several feet thick walls of lead, are trying to prevent all of the external, radiation and things that corrupt the decays inside the box, if that makes sense. I can show you pictures if you want.
Yeah.
So no, it's not. It's reliable to a degree, but it's not scientific. So like at SpaceX or any aerospace company, for example, in engineering, if you've heard of non-destructible testing, it's called. You got destructible testing where they'll clip a piece of the metal or something off an aircraft, and then they'll do things to it that'll cause it to be destroyed. Or like the Shroud of Turin, for example, they did destructible tests to it. They took clips of the cloth off and subjected it to different tests that destroy the material. Non-destructive testing relies on radiometric dating. They'll shoot X-rays into it. They'll use some sort of radioactive type isotope and try to measure the decay that's going inside or around the material to try to, for various testing and things like that. And so at SpaceX, so when we would do that, we would set up these experiments. It has to be a radioactive material that decays very quickly, like usually within a day or two, because we're not going to sit around for weeks, months, or billions of years. Because every time you start the test, no matter how many times you've done that test with the same exact piece of radioactive material, you have to retest it. You have to recalibrate your instrument. You know what I mean? You have to take a sample off, put it back in the thing, watch the decay rate, watch the ionization effects and all the things, try to date the quote unquote stopwatch with. Every time you redo that test for something, you have to redo the preliminary, you have to recreate the material that you're using to calibrate against. So we will never use things like carbon-14. We'll never use, uranium, for example, because again, it takes supposedly millions and billions of years for that stuff to decay. We're not going to wait around billions of years. So we're going to use something like tritium or something that decays very quickly. And then, that's how we measure. That's how we do scientific, quote unquote, experiments using that kind of technology, stuff that rapidly decays.
That's cool. Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, I hope I didn't go on too long. If you have any questions about it, let's see if I can find that article I saw about NIST's lead case experiments they're trying to do for ISO. Yeah, any other question?
What do you think is the best scientific evidence for God?
So that is subjective. Every field of science was predicated on scientific evidence for God, from Mendel's genetics, Planck's quantum physics, Kelvin's thermodynamics. Every field, the scientist that is credited for that field talked about how it proved God to them, right? So for me, Einstein's theory of relativity confirmed that the universe is a finite created event. Not only does it have a beginning, as basically everybody at least concedes at that point, but it also has an end. Relativity proves what's called the Big Rip cosmological thing, where I can go into the details if you like, but basically the universe will be destroyed as well, not just created. There's an end and a beginning. So that confirms Genesis to Revelations. Revelation is one of the only, if not only, religious texts that I'm aware of out there that says the universe is not infinite. Most of the Hindu Vedics and the Buddhist documents and stuff like that, Islam, they talk about the universe is infinite. Well, the Bible says no. The Bible says the universe is finite, which agrees with relativity. The universe is finite. And then the infinite side of it, the decoherent state, they call it, the eternal state that's outside of this physical, natural, whatever you call it, corporeal, temporally coherent state, what biblical science describes as a fleeting existence here. That's quantum physics. That's outside of space-time. And so that's the field of science. That's what Max Planck and Heisenberg, Chopin, and Schrodinger, those kind of guys, they helped develop that. And that explains God. And I'll show you my favorite clip. from Max Planck, who earned his Nobel from the discovery of what's called quanta, which starts the field of quantum physics. He's the founder of quantum physics. So you think he might know something about it. This is what he had to say. This is his scientific conclusion of the evidence for his field that he started. I could tell you as a result of my research about atoms this much. There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particles of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system. He describes atoms as an entire solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. And I think that parallels John 1:1 in Genesis 1:1. In the beginning God created, in the beginning the word was God and the word became flesh. The mind, God's mind, the logos, God's word is the matrix of all matter. So yeah, those are my best ones. Hoyle's nuclear nucleosynthesis theories are also one of my most convincing arguments. Roger Penrose's singularity theorem. He goes into the extreme impossibility of how God reversed the normal quantum gravity attraction of photons to be able to allow this universe to be expanding the way it is. I love how he describes it. Yeah, probably some more, but yeah, is that a good start for you?
Nice, thanks. I just looked up that Max Planck, Planck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what's a good one for a video or his quantum theory, or what's a good one to watch from him?
So that's part of my complaint about how the internet is broken today, quote unquote. I grew up, in the 70s and 80s and 90s. The internet used to be a good wealth of information. Not today. It's the internet is more of a wealth of disinformation. So I don't know if I can help, or just basically good luck trying to find a good overview of Max his stuff. I would encourage, going to Amazon or some bookstore and find Max's own work.
Okay.
He has both, the high quality scientific stuff that he's published, his raw theories, as well as layman's books.
In December of 1900, a conservative.
What's a best book you think I should start with? I have.
Oh goodness, yeah. Hold on.
Amazon Audible.
Well, I'll get you the title, and then you find
Okay.
the format however you want best fill. Hold on, my notes are pretty big. Hold on. Okay, Religion in Natural Science, Naturwissenschaft. This is 1937. This is his book he tried to publish to get public awareness to the rise of atheism that led to Nazi Germany. Him and Einstein both, and several other German scientists, did their best to try to keep atheism down. And so he goes into a lot of these theories, a lot of the quote unquote, scientific evidence that explains how, in his words, atheism, hurts science. You have to understand. I love he's got his quote in there, how both religion and natural science leads us to God. All kinds of fascinating examples in there. And just go to any bookstore. He's got, I don't know how many dozens of books he's published over his lifetime, and primary source, always better than secondary source, in my opinion. So, and if you have questions about it,
The Life and the Legacy, Wollstonecraft and Leaving, Beat, Offspring Magazine.
Cosmic Microwave Background Radiation, Sandy. I was going to also offer, I'm sorry, Soldier, that if you have questions about any of that material, I've tried my best to learn it as well over the years. So I'd love to have a future stream, go over details, questions you want to dig up. That's what I love to do. So I offer to do that. And Sandy asks the best model about starlight problem. So refraction. There used to be a meme I used to have about it that I can't find anymore. Let me see if I can find it again. Light does not travel in a straight line, nor does it travel at the same speed. The idea that here's a decent one. It's not the one I used to use, but it'll work. Oh, I click on it and it goes away. There we go. Light, the speed of light changes in medium. So if you stick your pencil in your glass of water, for example, it looks like it breaks. It's not the pencil breaking, it's the speed, it's the light refracting. The light will slow down and then speed back up and make it look like it's changing. This is a kind of an example of that, I guess. It's a arrow drawn on the background, and then you pour some water into it. Not only does the arrow change shape, but it changes direction. Because the light that's being reflected behind the glass is refracting through the water, changes the characteristics of the variables of the speed of light. So there are, who knows, all kinds of problems out there, in the cosmos and outer space that causes light to not just refract, but have all kinds of gravitational lenses. I've shared I think my last stream I shared Einstein crosses. Let's see if I can bring up a quick one of that example for you. So these are images of stars behind stars, basically, right? Looks like 4 stars in a pattern. What that is, there's a star directly behind this star. So from our vantage point here on Earth, the light is literally being bent around this star. So it just looks like 4 stars when really it's just one behind us. So the light is concaving it. I've seen drawings of examples to help maybe show a better picture. Internet. See, the internet's broken. I want to show something quick and simple about it, but that's not the one I want. I want a concave lens where it bends it away and then back again. Here we go. That's kind of a decent, almost, example. Instead of using a star, they're using a galaxy cluster, but you get the point. So light changes. And the arguments are that it doesn't change enough to make it mean that, it's further or closer away. We don't know that. There's all kinds of other things other than just these phenomenon that changes the distance of the light that's traveled. As far as we know, there could be a giant gravitational well near, local to Sol here in our own solar system that's causing light to look further away than it does. We don't know that. That's why guys like me were trying to get out there, quote unquote, trying to, build the boats to go see, get away from this local perspective to see what's really out there. NASA and European Space Agency, they build fascinating, wonderful space telescopes that can see past, this. I'll show you that picture. See past the normal spectrum of light into the cosmic background. So you can see further that direction. I'm surprised I don't have that overlay yet. Let me add it. But it causes problems for the normal story of light being 18 billion or whatever it is these days, 18.6 billion years old. So we've got pictures like this, space telescopes, but we still need to go out further, because this not only shows that we can see things beyond the spectrum, but there are parts of the universe that are less dense than others. It's not just a regular explosion. It's not just stuff expanding. It is expanding, but you can see structures are just as complex. In fact, let me get that other picture. There are superclusters on the edges of the visible universe that are just as complex as superclusters near the center. And so it's called the axis of evil now, if y'all want to research more about this. The idea that the universe is flat, there's a plane to it, and that Sol or the Earth is near this. We're very close to the center. Even the atheist, church guys like Lawrence Krauss, I've got their quotes. We're talking about, what is this, Copernicus all over again? kind of thing, So all kinds of things that falsify the old myths that light travels in a straight line. So if we see something, far away, it must have taken 18 billion years to travel, is just not true. So yeah, all kinds of stuff like that. It's all assumption. What else? Yeah, she's playing her game with her friends. She's kind of given up on YouTube stuff for a while. Hopefully she'll bless us with her presence someday. So she's been having fun. She's playing Lord of the Rings online still. Oh, darn it. Sorry, soldier. I didn't mean to. Hope you didn't get bored or whatever. Didn't mean to ignore you. You left. Yeah, Sandy, if you want to join too, you are more than welcome. If you had more questions about any of what I just shared, I'm sure a lot of people might have questions, but try to keep it simple best I can. Einstein said if you can't explain it simple enough, it's because you don't understand it. So I'll keep it as simple as I can, and then hope to answer deeper questions. Axis of Evil. Yeah, let me see if I can get Krause's quote on it. There's his famous interview with Stephen Colbert. If God is nothing, can't something come from him? Making fun of his book. It's cute. Yes, I think so. Let me stream this. This is Mr. Krause's famous. Right here. But when you look at the CMB map, cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. There's no way there should be a correlation of structures with our motion of the Earth around the sun, the plane of the Earth around the sun, the ecliptic. Talking about the solar system, the plane of the solar system. That would say we are truly the center of the universe. The new results are either telling us that all of science is wrong, or you are. Your cult's wrong. Sorry, Lawrence. And we're the center of the universe, or maybe the data is simply incorrect. Well, it's repeatable. We can take other snapshots and you can measure the data yourself, sir. Or maybe it's telling us that there's something weird about the microwave background results and that maybe, big caveat there, there's something wrong with our theories on the larger scales. There you go. The first honest thing you said. And of course, as a theorist, I'm certainly hoping it's the latter because I want theory to be wrong, not right. Because if it's wrong, there's still work left for the rest of it. Nope, not you. You got fired, sir. Sorry. I'll post this link. Hold on the story. You're not smart enough. What? She has a lovely, wonderful, mostly older people community in Lord of the Rings Online. They enjoy dancing and laughing, and they have actual musicals and bands and international events. It's quite a virtual celebration in Middle Earth, and it's not just about saving Mordor or whatever, or saving Rohan. It's not just about the game; it's a community. It's literally people enjoying just being together online. So if you or anybody are interested in that, let us know. We'll gladly welcome. Kelly, yes, what server are you on again? What? Which server are you on? Landerval. Yeah. So if anyone wants to try to join, it's a free-to-play game, Lord of the Rings Online. Mrs. Joel is called Pre-Mini. What? Pardon? Only for nice people. Only for nice people. Yeah, you won't be able to get in if you're not nice. But I love her. Yeah, you can be rowdy, you said, but not mean? Bratty. Yes, that's Loris Krause, Sandy. Pre-Mini on, how do you spell Landroval? Landroval. I think that's how you pronounce it. Landroval. Look her up. She'll show you the world. But she owns most of a neighborhood now. She's so rich. It's silly. But anyway. She loves decorating her house. Her houses, excuse me. So yeah. She keeps trying to drag me in, but they're all silly, people that don't really like to talk about science or stuff much, of course. So that'd be boring. But I might. My old friend Robert tried to start to join too. Anyhow, any other questions? And you are smart enough, Sandy. I don't know if you've heard me say it before, but if my 20 plus years of bleeding edge science and technology career has taught me anything, it's that everybody is equally smart, just that we all have different interests at different times. My mom used to ask me, how'd you get so smart with computers? And I'd be like, the same way you got smart with sewing machines. There's stuff that she does with $10,000 plus wedding dresses that I don't know. It'd take me a decade or more to learn how to do what she does. You know, it's science. Yep. Lotro, Lord of the Rings Online. If you love Lord of the Rings, then you'll love that game, Sandy. It's very mature community full of people get married through this game. Not just virtually, but in reality. They fall in love, they go hunt each other down and get married in real life. That's how that's how amazing that community's been. So, and again, a lot of them are older generations, and so it's a personal level thing too. And one of them, doesn't log on for a few days. They call them up, and they'll have in-game funerals, on top of the physical funerals of their friends that pass away. It's amazing. I've been in a lot of online communities. That one is by far one of the most genuine. You live in Middle Earth? All right, we gotta go. We're gonna get someone named Sandy C to help join someday, Kelly. I don't know what her or his. I don't know what their name's gonna be, but Sandy's lives in Middle Earth already, so they're gonna try to join your game, I think. Sandy C. I'm talking to him right now on YouTube. I don't know. Why don't you come take a break? Come talk. We're fishing. What? Come take a break and come talk with us. I'm rested up. It's been a really long time. We'll rest up in here. I got a chair. I got a recliner right here. It doesn't work out like that. Try it. See? I can move the table and all your other excuses. What? I'm stretching out just fine. Thank you. I love this. No, that's not true. I'll have plenty of room. And I would rather have your presence and hang out with you than have stretching. Sandy C is a Lord of the Rings fan already. Oh, have they ever played before? Not the game, apparently, no. She just says they'll enjoy it. Why can't you let me fish and pull you in? Well, I'm not saying you can't. No. Okay. Oh, you're kind of busy. Okay. Thank you for. Oh my gosh, that woman. You don't need to attack. It'd be lovely for you to grace us with your presence again. I love you, dear. Gondor needs your aid. Okay. All right. Anyway, sorry. New Zealand. Yeah. Are you a he or she, Sandy? If I may ask, I don't know. They're from New Zealand. She's busy. Shot of you start laughing. Anyway, so yeah, if you want to laugh with a bunch of people. So yeah, all right. My mind's still racing. I got all kinds of things that I want to go try research on, but I'm not sure what else to talk about right now. If you guys have anything, by all means, let me know again, as usual. Hope I answered that last question. The age of the universe is not defined. We don't have enough data yet. The data that we do have does not suggest it's old. In fact, it's contradictory. It suggests that because the theory that the universe could be ancient is that the material and the plasma, the different cosmic poop out there, would get cold. It'd peter out. We wouldn't see complex structure. It would start to entropy and start to go into what they describe as a heat death. where the universe eventually spreads apart to the point it just ceases to exist. Okay, thank you. And we see the opposite. We see a finite edge. We see complex structures, almost identical, just as well formed on the edge still as they are near the center. So it suggests the universe, the entire universe, is the same age at the end and in the middle. So it's not getting old. The light traveling from the center is showing the same amount of quote unquote time as the light traveled from the edges. So in the Bible, when Isaiah 40:22 says that God stretches the heavens like a tent, it's literal. It's like stretching like a pizza pie. You take a thing of dough and you stretch it out. It's the same, consistency throughout if you spread it out properly. So that's what we see how the universe is. It's literally being stretched. The further you stretch it, you saw in fact, I share it again. The upper and lower parts of the universe, there's parts where it's been stretched out so thin that it's not dense anymore. It's cold. And so, and the further it gets stretched, the minimum CMBR heat trace, it's 4 hertz. It's the same everywhere. The further it stretches, the further that same temperature or frequency stays the same. It gets stretched out further. Welcome back, sir. Hello. Thanks for joining again. I'm sorry if I went on too long earlier that you had to just drop off unannounced.
No. That's horrible.
Uh-oh. Is your mic causing issues some more? I'm going to look up what Matthew 5:5 is. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Amen. I was recently trying to evangelize a gentleman in Discord that calls himself a deist. He tried to cite that as a reason why he thinks that God will not punish people at the end of the Revelation, and as long as he's kind and meek, he'll inherit the earth. And I'm like, well, went to the details of how all have sinned, and that you cannot. The whole purpose of the Old Testament that he was disagreeing with, the only purpose is to show that we cannot, as human beings, be self-righteous. We cannot be good on our own. So it doesn't matter how meek you think you are. So anyways, yeah. Trying to help evangelize, win people to the Lord every day, all day. If you can figure out that mic problem, soldier of Christ, what was your name? What was his name? Love to have you, man. Answer any questions you've got. What else we got? Here it is. Oh gosh, 12 minutes till midnight. We had a fun day, Sandy. If you didn't hear me talking about it earlier with kids, we had some kids come from out of state. Our oldest son turned 30 today, man. We're getting old. You're getting old when your kids are getting old, right? So his brother took him out to his fancy 5-star Italian pizza restaurant today. I had some sort of poached egg. It was a brunch, right? With I forget the name of it wasn't a regular biscuit. There's some funky name to it, and hollandaise and something. I don't know what they called it, but it was like a chopped potato type thing with caviar. They didn't have the regular sturgeon caviar. As you said, there's some sort of shortage going on, so it was some sort of little red thing. I don't know what it was, but welcome back, sir.
Can you hear me, Noah?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Mic check is good.
Oh, no, sorry. My internet kicked me off, and then my mic didn't work.
No worries. Quick story. When I was brand new at SpaceX, we have these we call key panels, where all the test engineers and scientists they have like this little panel. I'll show a picture of it that they press a key on to talk to the test stand guys, right? and they were showing me how they work and stuff like that, and I was actually fixing a problem on one of them and keyed down on it my first time, and I forget what I said exactly, but they're like everybody around us just paused, and then my coworker, he's like started making radio announcer type so noises. Apparently, I sound like a radio announcer. They said so. I don't know.
Funny.
That was funny. My first mic check at SpaceX. So what's up?
That's intense. You were
Yeah. So,
you were big into all that, huh?
oh,
Or like a
you-
kind of big deal. Not many people did what you did, right?
I hear people tell me that. I got a friend of mine from the Ukraine that's all telling me how amazing my life was according to him. But no, to me, it's normal. These are the types of people that I work with. This is my norm. SpaceX has an extremely high turnaround rate. You look in like Glassdoor, it's like 1.5, 2 years. That's the norm. People come and go. So I know hundreds, I guess, if not thousands of people I've met, of course.
Yeah.
Like I said, like I was telling Sandy earlier, my best, whatever you call it, lesson learned in all my career is that everybody's equally smart. Everybody's the same level of smart. We just all have different interests at different times. So working at SpaceX it's a very demanding job, just because of the time. He's trying to literally rush against an impossible clock. But I mean, if you or anybody that you think wants to work there, there's job openings in the McGregor site that I used to work at. All you need is a high school diploma. You don't need to be a fancy engineer or scientist, for most of those jobs.
Wow, that's intense. That's funny.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It goes against the popular myths out there. Like I was sharing here earlier tonight. If you review my video tonight, I went over Elon himself talking about how college is just for fun. It just shows you know how to do your homework. We don't hire people to help do homework. You know what I mean? We need people to think outside the box.
Do you think that we can scientifically, like, observably prove that all of God's commands for us are for our good, and when we don't obey God, it gets bad?
You can confirm it, yes. So the one caveat: science can never prove anything. I shared Einstein's quote on that earlier. Science can only falsify thoughts or beliefs. So science can confirm that, yes. In fact, I think the Lord even says so. He asks, please test me on, like, the tithe, for example. I think it's Micah, maybe somewhere. He's like, just tithe, give your tithe to your 10% to the synagogue, to the Levites, and see what happens. God dares us to try to obey his commandments. Yes. I've got all kinds of stories in my life where, I've lost most of my ability. I'm still human, of course. I've lost most of my ability to doubt, because even though I've faced like really tremendous, some of the most stressful, things in anybody's life, being unemployed, almost going homeless. I mean, there's all kinds of really terrible experiences I've had that God I love how my wife puts it. God reaches out and puts his hand right on the ground, right before we hit rock bottom, and God saves us countless times. All the promises God made, my life hasn't been perfect, of course, but it's been really well. I would say that my own personal life, I have tested that theory that the more I obey God, the more I'm blessed.
Yeah, and even like sex outside of marriage, like the fruits of it are bad. Like, that's how I got saved. Like, I was reading the Bible for like 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a skeptic and just asking tons of questions. And one day I just woke up with like a revelation that all my problems in life were a result of not obeying God. Like, all of them. Either me or somebody else not obeying. Like, so like, to me, like, all of his commands are scientific, or it's like proven that they're good with history and everything else that we have.
Yeah, you can test them, right? I mean, and even I think Solomon talks about how, and even Book of John talks about how the Lord sends the rain on the just and the unjust. So I mean, even things like that, but certainly, Job as well is a good story example of how just keep your faith in the Lord and He will restore us. I mean, I've maybe a more heart touching example. I lost one of my children. I lost my son Jesse when he was 12. He passed away and due to a tragic accident. And so was it Psalm 38? I think it's somewhere where the Lord says He's close to the brokenhearted. I experienced that. That I can confirm that is true, and I hope that it's true for those out there also that go through that kind of tragedy, that reach out to the Lord. The Lord grieves more than we ever could imagine for His own children that are lost, that He brings back to Him. We're all His children, of course, and He grieves for us rebelling and not wanting to be with Him, and then wanting to be with Him for eternity. So yeah, there's all kinds of stories we could share together, like what you're sharing, I guess, as well, to convince us that God is not just real, but He keeps His promises.
Yeah, no, that's good. Sorry to hear about your loss.
Oh, I appreciate it. It's a thing. It's one of those lifelong grief things you just learn to cope with, But yeah. So now I can relate with those that also go through that kind of grief. We don't actually need words. We just need people to sit there sometimes, grieve with. It's not easy.
Yeah, like God gave us His Son. Like, to me, like that's the true love is sacrifice, and like Jesus is like the best example of love.
Is it John 15:18?
Yeah.
Let me find that real quick. Let me double check. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. 13. Share on the screen here. I learned this when I was in the military. There's no greater love than lay down one's life for one's friends.
Thanks for serving too, man. You're just all over the place.
Yeah, like I said, I've had a very blessed life. That's all I can say. Most of it, if not all of it, wasn't always by choice, but I didn't expect it as a. But yeah, I don't think you have to be a soldier to know that kind of love, to be able to, what it means to sacrifice yourself for your friends, for people that you love. I mean, and I'm being reminded of like the abortion issue, for example. People want to say that mothers should have the right to kill their children. Well, first of all, I say that those aren't mothers. It requires a level of sociopathy to do that. But a true mother will sacrifice herself for her children, for her loved ones, for her friends. A true person, a true, a humanist, whatever you want to call them. You put yourself before children, or children before yourself. I meant to say, sorry. You know what I mean.
Yeah, it's even science that if you kill that baby, it will never have a chance at life again.
Well, that's the thing, though. I think that's why it requires a level of sociopathy. They don't care. They don't care about another person's life. They're just caring about their own.
Yeah, they're just been dumbed down because it's legal and there's so much propaganda for it.
Yeah, and that's another age-old historical context that's been going on since Egyptian times, when the Egyptians were killing firstborn children.
Man, that's a good question. So, is there examples of people just sacrificing their kids because of time and financial, like today's abortions?
Yes, as a matter of fact, so even the modern quote unquote child murder debate is based on the historicity of how you don't want women to, stick things up their keister, in the back alley like they used to do, like they do in China, whatever. And then the Malachites, for example, I believe, were the ones that would throw their newborn children through rings of fire, for example, trying to sacrifice to their god and try to keep their population under control, that kind of crap. So yeah, there's, some South American tribes used to do it. It's just, yeah.
I wonder if like America, it's pretty much greed, I would say, right?
I would, like I said, it's to me, it's sociopathy. It's the idea that you need to sacrifice other people for your own personal well-being instead of the other way around.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I've tried to debate making the equivalency of how being a soldier on the battlefield, our sworn duty is to not only protect ourselves and our comrades, but the innocent civilians around us. Is the purpose why we're deployed, is to try to save lives, right? And so the abortion issue, they say, well, you're a man, you can't understand these issues. And I'm like, well, so as a man on the battlefield, if I'm trying to survive and I'm trying to help keep my squad alive and all kinds of things, and these innocent civilians of any age, whether they're newborns or women with child or other men, they can't defend themselves. If I leave them alone, they will die if I neglect them. So do I abort them? Do I just go ahead and shoot these people that are going to be a burden on my life and the life of my family, my fellow soldiers? Do I go and abort them like a woman would in an abortion clinic, so that they're not a burden to me? Or do I sacrifice myself? Do I risk my life? Do I risk the inconvenience? Do I risk being shot myself? Do I increase my own danger, put myself in harm's way to help protect those people, however long it takes to get them to safety, like a woman should for her own child? So yeah, I think I can relate with that.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's easier to decide to save your own child's life in somewhere like America, Europe, than it is on the battlefield.
What's even crazy is everything you just said is true, but I live in Minnesota and there might be 10 people on the weekends like preaching out there. Like nobody's doing anything about it. Like 52 million babies have been killed. And it's like nobody cares.
It's a tragedy. Sign of times.
It's bad. Sorry, I'm just heading to bed. But
Understood.
You sound like a solid guy. If I ever catch you live again, I'll for sure.
Sure,
watch.
no, I'd love that. Yeah, and if you got other questions, it doesn't have to be just science and technology. It's just that's my fun,
Yeah.
Trying to find people online that like to share that kind of stuff. I'd love to hear stuff you've got or questions you have.
Awesome, man. Have a good night.
Yep, you as well. Thank you, Lord. So yeah, Sandy says she's gonna be back. I'm torn between go ahead and taking off myself. It is now 12:03 midnight my time. Monday morning, I'm gonna go see a doctor this morning. Well, actually, it's just a lab test, and I see the doctor next Monday. But I have decided to take the whole day off today. So for Monday, my kid's in town. They're talking. What are they doing today? I forget. They wanted to go to some barbecue place. Well, they've already. I mean, before they even came here, he visited some relatives in Oklahoma, then came down here through Dallas. Him and his wife, they're already determined they're going to move to Texas now. They had no idea. It's just like his mom. She's from California. She grew up. She always thought Texas was just some desert, like in the movies, And she's like, she gets here. She's like, I had no idea it was so green. What is this? What is this stuff growing wild? That's grass. She did grow up in a desert. Your grass grows wild here. I'm like, we have this 10-year-long now debate, I guess you call it, of whether or not weeds or excuse me, things that are like blue bonnets and the Indian paintbrush whether they're, I call them weeds because I grew up here. You know, I know the difference between a weed and a flower. You know, flowers are actually very delicate and hard to grow versus like a bluebonnet. It's a weed. And it's a really good looking weed. But she's like, they're not weeds, Joel. They're wildflowers. No, it's a weed. So anyway, we have this ongoing little debate about that. Anyway, so point was, the kids are convinced now that they need to move to Texas. So that's exciting. We have two, let me double check my brain, my math. We have 2 kids here in Texas already. Out of the 7 still alive. One's in the Philippines. Let's see, John, Chris, AJ. So 3 are in California. So that's 5. Yeah, that's 7. Nope, that's 6. Who's the 7th kid? Which kid am I forgetting? Daggone it. Got Shay, John, Ethan. Ethan, he's he was in Arizona. He moved back to California with his wife's folks and already realized the mistake. So we're waiting for them to come back to Texas. So yeah, forgot good old Ethan. Poor kid. He's funny. He's our kid that has high functioning autism, Asperger's and such. So he has overcome it with humor. So he's a delight. He's annoying sometimes, of course, still, but yeah, he has many Ethan-isms now, we call it. So yeah, what else? So yeah, we're gonna try out various Texas barbecue tomorrow, supposedly. We're all debating earlier tonight before they left, which ones were the cheap barbecue, which is the good barbecue. I love it. So Californians are debating with the Texans what's good barbecue or not. It's like, okay, guys. I've only been here most of my life, Well, I guess I don't know. Everybody's palate's different as well. I ended up not eating that caviar. Chris's wife, who is from Portuguese, had it for me, which was great. She I don't know if she liked it or not, but she ate it. Oh, yeah. Fancy 5-star restaurants. I'm thinking, put caviar in my freaking eggs bent, my poached eggs. Oh, yeah. What else is going on? They had a pineapple cream soda, which was awesome. My son tried to warn me it's too sugary, but I had like 3 glasses of it. It's terrible. I need to go order it now for myself. I have a diabetic fit over it. It's gonna be great. Pineapple cream soda. Who would have thought? I love pineapple. I love cream soda. In fact, that's what I've been drinking tonight. Is A&W's no sugar cream soda, root beer. So yeah, God blesses me probably too much. I have my cup overfloweth, spills all over the floor, fills the bathtub, almost drowning in it sometimes. Not to sound ungrateful or anything, Lord, thank you very much, but I have had enough fun and adventure for several lifetimes. I'm ready to go home. I've learned everything that I wanted to learn, every question that I wanted to ask. I think I've got the answer for. The Lord has answered it for me. When the Lord promised to, if we delight ourselves in Him, He will give us the pleasure, the desires of our heart. That's how I got into science and technology. My first quote unquote science job, whatever you call it, like the quantum chemistry job I got, I did not have a degree. I had 6 years of Army experience. I had a half a semester of a software degree that I'd started before I joined the military, but it was 1999. So it was right during a economic downslide. I just got out of the military. No idea what I wanted to do. Started working at a temp job at some chemical air product, gas manufacturing place in their office. They needed somebody to run the computer stuff. They were doing some sort of medical audit thing, whatever. And they had this computer system where their truckers would offload their little handheld Palm Pilot computers after they distribute their loads, it was all computerized, and they'd put it in a little kiosk, and they would download, put it in the database, and went through all this process, blah blah blah. And so that was my temp job, was to help make sure that system worked, and so that was my, even though it was a real basic job for me, anyways. It was like a taste in the data science work. But anyways, the office lady, the manager, she's like, "Joel, you're too smart with computers." I'm like, what? I don't care. I was going to get hired at Wendy's as well. I needed a second job at the time because that one wasn't paying enough. I applied for every business up and down the street where I lived, and Wendy's was the only one that called me back. And the manager lady, she's a African American type, and I just loved her. She's all feisty and excited. She's like, "Dude, you're so good. We can't just hire you as a crewman. We have to hire you as assistant manager." I'm like, "Well, I have never worked at a fast food joint before." She's like, "It doesn't matter, man. You're blah, blah, blah," all this stuff. And next thing you know, I'm talking to their corporate executives in some building downtown Houston somewhere, and they're trying to make me a job offer, and it still wasn't enough. But they did let me act as a crew member for a day at one of their restaurants to see if I liked it, which I didn't. I had an old Army injury on my foot that God's healed since then, by the way. That's another fun story. And so standing on my foot all day was torture. And I did learn the secrets of the Wendy's finger food, though. The finger chili, whatever they call it. So that was fun. Chopped up a bunch of lettuce, things like that. But thankfully, the Lord saved me from that path. The office lady, the company at the time was having a hiring freeze, quote unquote. So they weren't advertising for jobs outside of the company, but they did have an internal job board to hire internal employees. And so she kind of snuck and put some applications for the internal job board for me under the auspice that I'm kind of working for the company as a temp agent. And that's where I got hired at the Stafford, Texas Instruments R&D facility back in the day. This is 20 years ago. Holy cow, mold. And yeah, started interviewing with them. It was for an engineering position. Again, I had no degree, just raw experience with doing electronic crap. And they had a bunch of engineers and the boss himself. They were all giving me the tour of the facilities. It was like a 3-day panel interview and asking me all these millions of questions. And I guess I answered them all because they didn't hire me to do the gas and chemical engineering work. They hired me to start working on the quantum physics stuff and the diffusion and all the gas chamber stuff, all the physics. So I knew how to do it. Picked it up. I was like, okay, I think I know how this. And they'd bring me we'd go to the diffusion department. I'm like, yeah, that's I would explain it, and, and so they're like, okay, I was hired, but it's more to that story. But and I started running the mass flow control labs and design. They gave me this multi-million-dollar budget. I was like 24, 25 years old, They gave me these millions of dollars. Does Joel design your own lab? I'm like, okay. So I designed my own lab. That was fun. I started just calibrating all the MFCs for all the tools, the whole plant, the whole facility. And so the other engineers were like, Joel, I guess they assumed that since I calibrate, so every fab tool uses those MFCs, right? It's how you calibrate the microscopic amounts of gas that you use for all the physics. You have to measure it. So it's just like really amazing, super fancy valve technology, basically. But they assumed since I worked on the most difficult component of the machine that I'd know the other questions of the machines and I did. I knew how. I just studied the stuff for fun, like I tried to talk with you guys. And so they started asking me all these questions about plasma etch mixtures and flow rates and all the science side of it, the experimentation side of it. And I started helping them make some breakthroughs. So, and they, it's weird because most of the time, those kind of jobs, you're kind of stuck in a certain lane or a tower, whatever they call it, where you're just a plasma etch engineer or you're just a diffusion chamber scientist. You work on one side of the manufacturing process, but I wasn't. I was all over. I did everything. I even hung out with the telecom guy. That's how I got into telecom. This one guy, he was like, I don't know, in his 40s. I stuck. I'm in my 20s. But he had all gray hair in a ponytail down to his ankles. So he looked like a total hippie, but he was super chill and quiet. He was the chief telecom guy for the whole building and wouldn't talk to anybody, super introvert, but him and I loved hanging out. We'd always talk. He'd show me all this stuff and just me walking around. I'd say, hey, we just casually talk. And next thing you know, he's showing me the tricks of his trade just for fun. And so I was running that whole facility. I was the skate administrator. I was doing it all, man. I was managing the other guys. They started to try me as a senior, whatever, technical engineer guy, 25, 26 years old. There's guys in their 40s that were reporting to me. I was on the senior staff, nonsense, blah, 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 doing presentations for the executives and all kinds of crap. And all that stuff was the boring part. I just wanted to do the science. I want to figure out how to reverse engineer the new digital MFCs so that we could automate a lot of those processes to do the science for making the new types of chip, making the new MOSFET, making the new TFETs. I wanted to know how we could do that faster and more efficiently, saving money. Did all kinds of projects where this one guy is fresh, graduate guy. I don't know if he if his master's or PhD, but he was a grad from MIT, fresh out of MIT, comes in, they give him a manager position, and they started these projects that they were starting to let all the different various teams within the company compete for, right? And so I had my team. I was the TGCM manager. Well, I had a boss still, a department boss, but I was the manager of that, blah, blah, blah. But so it was my team. So my team and his team were the runner-ups. Our white papers and our CAD designs, stuff like that, were the main competitors. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Sandy. I was blabbering. What's up? I prefer questions. You're welcome to join live stream too if you got a mic. I think the moral of my stories were just that you can get into science without a degree. If you just genuinely love this crap and you know it, you learn to know it for real, and you just have to convince your own employer and they will hire you. And now that I'm a hiring kind of person myself, I can't emphasize enough how we don't care what your credentials are. We don't care what your degree is. Like Elon says, we just want to know that you could do the work. That's it. It's so rare. It's so hard to find that rough in the diamond that can just do the work. What's up, Sandy? What's your question? Goodness gracious. And it's not that we're that rare. It's just, it's uncommon, but there's this one guy who's from Brigham Young University, some Mormon university out of Hawaii. I didn't know that Mormons were in Hawaii, but he was an intern at SpaceX, and he was interning for the IT department, I think. And because he was working for the IT director. And I was in the electrical automation department, so it wasn't exactly my department, but I just met him and said, hey, what's going on? I'm not a Mormon, by the way. Just I don't know how him and I got to talking, but I just wanted to ask if you think climate change is, yes, climate change is real. The climate does change. We are coming out of what's called a glaciation phase where the planet is warming up, but it's not due to humans. Humans contribute roughly between 3 to 5% of the total carbon dioxide output on this planet, and which affects a 0.04% atmospheric mixture. So we're doing maybe 5% of the quote unquote damage of a 0.04% mixture. We petty humans are not as dangerous as our politicians would like us to believe. Sorry. So yes, God is making the climate change without us, basically. And I could go into all kinds of other seemingly conspiratorial theories. We're trying to actually add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. It's not exactly secret. It's not exactly, public knowledge either. But we're going to try to siphon CO2 from Venus to both densify Mars and to save life on Earth because we have too little carbon dioxide. There was almost a total life extinction event last glaciation. So we want to try to pump it up to around 1% CO2. Ice samples show Earth used to have between 1 and 2% CO2, which is 10,000 parts per million, instead of the 400 parts per million today, the 0.04%. So we have got plenty of room before we start, actually having problems. And again, 0.04% of a mixture is not going to cause the planet to overheat. And Al Gore Jr.'s and Barack Obama's mansions on the coast will not go underwater. Sorry. Like Al Gore Jr. said 20 years ago, he said Manhattan's going to be underwater. Well, CO2 is worse than he predicted, and it's not underwater. Sorry. Yes. It's called, if you want to look up more about it, there's some scientists and others that talk about it, called DART or dearth on carbon is one of the popular interview topics out there. Freeman Dyson talks about it. Patrick Green talks about it. Which others? Yeah, the NASA put together, they bought, I guess for lack of a better word, the science package called MOXIE, MOXIE. I'll get a picture real quick, actually. They put it on their Perseverance probe for us, rover, what do you call it? And it's on Mars now, and it converts CO2 into pure oxygen, into O2. So we have the proven technology today. This is the MOXIE box. What does it stand for again? Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. MOXIE. It's very creative. Yeah. And so we can convert CO2 into oxygen with just electricity. We're doing like 200 watts, gets about, I forget how many, 10 grams per hour for the little box. It's just a tiny little thing. So the theory, or not the theory, it's not a theory anymore. Now it's established. We're going to create giant factories of this stuff and turn so Mars is 96% CO2 today. We're going to turn it into 1% CO2, just like Earth. So if we pump too much CO2 back into Earth to create that buffer for life, and we do too much on accident, well, we just throw up some MOXIE machines and MOXIE factories and suck the CO2 back down into O2. It's nice. Climate change solved. So sorry, Paulo. I think basically the old red, the communists out there couldn't force, their will. There's socialism on people through murder. Last century, they couldn't mass murder enough millions of people. So now the old red is the new green. They're trying to do the same exact policies, except they couldn't do it through murder. So now they're trying to do it through taxes. Basically. That's my thought on it, anyways. So what's the agenda? Oh, yeah. I thought I just answered that for you. It's just the same old communist crap. Communists wanted to tax everybody to heck to control society. Same thing. So they create a false narrative, false alarm, anti-scientific reasons to try to control society through taxes. I don't know everything. That's the thing. Google's broken these days. Yep. I got a funny meme here. See if I can find it. Yeah, no, this is just from years of hanging around the plasma gas chamber or the rocket test stand, talking with other weirdos like me about all the same stuff that everybody else talks about, and the stuff we come up with, Here's my meme. Politics. No, yeah, it's kind of a double bash on climate change and COVID. So hopefully you guys will love it. Let's see if I can find it again. There it is. Found it. Share screen window. Here you go. Is there a tax I could pay to stop COVID-19, or does that only work for climate change? Here you go. That about sums it up. I even laugh like the guy. Yeah. Yep. Carbon tax, they call it. We mentioned Thomas Sowell together earlier. He talks about the fraud of that too. Carbon tax. So they couldn't murder enough people to tax them to control society, the central control of society. So now they're trying to do it through fake science or anti-science. Science isn't fake. It's just science deniers just wish to call their religious beliefs science and beat people up over it still. So that's it. Those of us actually working on this crap. So Elon, he put a few $1 million into his X Prize, that he calls it, to award somebody to come up with really amazing carbon capture technology under the public auspice, of course, to kind of, it's like a shell game, a little reverse psychology, maybe. It's like, we need it to fight climate change. We need to get carbon out of the atmosphere. But in reality, we're going to use it to pull carbon out of Venus. Sorry. Yes. There's all kinds of good documentaries, some short ones as well, about the population bomb, they called it, that it's fraud. Nuremberg and others, they developed new strains of wheat that the world now has more food than it still knows how it has more food. The world has always had more food than it knows what to deal with. Food has never been a problem. Population growth's not a problem. All kinds of good counter arguments to that. The United Nations itself even confesses that, based on its own stupid fake models, the 21 billionth human will never be born on Earth, because the populations, they stagnate, they decline, which is going on in America and Europe now and elsewhere in China. That's a lot of reasons why, like EU, they're trying to welcome in as many millions of refugees as they can, because their own populations are already dying. So they're hoping to generate slave labor from foreign people, to put it bluntly. And so, that's why we want to go to Mars and elsewhere. We want to make humanity a multi-planet species, because we're going to continue to expand. If we do not leave this planet, then it's just a matter of years, probably less than half a century or so. Human life will extinct itself just by, people not having as many children. It's called the 4 stage of demographics. It's coined now. All kinds of good videos about it. So there has never been a population problem ever. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Here comes another. Haha. Thank you. My dad used to tease that if you sneeze more than twice, it means you got too much air in your head. Oh, because his generation, they call people airheads. That was the joke. He was a Navy SEAL, so his sense of humor was worse than mine. Miss my dad. My dad died. So I think my mom's the only person left in my family who's not dead yet, other than my kids. Most of my kids, anyways. I guess some in-laws, if those count. All my grandparents dead. Ooh, I got an uncle left. I got 2 uncles left. Right? Terry and Joe. Yeah, I got 2 uncles left.
You should Google it.
Anyways. He was in the Vietnam. He started as a chemical operator on the USS Forrestal. And he got sabotaged a bunch of times, and he was going to get deployed to the Mediterranean, and someone still sabotaged it. They turned back around to port again, go dry dock for another year. So he re-enlisted as a SEAL and went to BUDS and all that. He actually went through BUDS twice, because he has an old firearm injury on his right hip. So he had this, like, part of his hip was just blown off, his little dent in his skin there, like a, I don't know, cup size, 2 cups maybe, hole in his hip. And tough old guy, he just ignored it. But first time he went through BUDS, it was aggravated. It caused him severe pain. He's fought through it. I mean, BUDS is painful enough, right? And they tried to force him to wash out. They tried to give him a medical discharge, and he refused. They stuck him in a barrel of ice overnight. He caught hypothermia. They tried to almost kill him, as they try to kill you anyways, in BUDS, but they almost literally killed him, and he didn't quit. They didn't let him finish the course, but so he enlisted a second time, and they finally gave it to him. That's how tough he is. And he went to Vietnam, and he only shared one story. He was that kind of guy that you never talk about it till older. And it was the first time him and my brother and I ever went to a movie theater together. He was a very quiet kind of guy, and We went to watch We Were Soldiers, Mel Brooks movie. Mel Brooks was it? No, Mel something. What was that guy's name? Not Brooks. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm horrible with movies. Ask me about rocket science, but not Hollywood. And yeah, first time I ever saw him cry as well. And we lingered after everybody else left, so I wouldn't see him cry. And we're walking out of the theater finally, and there's one guy left in the back rows, and my dad stopped and paused, shook his hand. And it was priceless. One of those moments I'll never forget. So yeah, and he was a jerk. He was a non-practicing Catholic or whatever you call it. That didn't really believe in God. Just kind of he's a rough guy. But those last 2 or 3 years, he found Jesus, and he was still quiet. We'd go in his room. He'd be watching the news or whatever. He was real big into genealogy, and he'd talk about the Lord. He'd talk about, it was weird, but awesome. You know what I mean? It's like somehow he just quietly converted. My brother and I, we tried for years. We tried to convince him. But anyways, yeah, he was awesome. I love my dad. He tried to, yeah, not going to go with that. Your husband is a climate change guy. Man-made well, good luck with that. Where again, the worst we're doing today is 5% to 0.04, not 0.4, 0.04 mixture. I guess if you want to bring him on someday, I'd love to hear his ideas of how to get more than 5%. Because we're gonna need to contribute about, I would probably guesstimate at least, 1,000, maybe 10,000%. We need to probably pump out somewhere around 50 plus million parts per million annually to be able to hope to put a dent in the current carbon footprint of this planet as a species. I don't think we can do it. Again, if you look up the dearth on carbon videos out there, they talk about how if we burned all of the suspected fossil fuels left on this planet, it will not be enough to get to 1%. That's why we're working on pulling carbon out of Venus to save life on Earth. So yeah. He wants to know if the sea level is rising. A little bit. It's not, again, Al Gore lied. He said that Manhattan and Washington would be underwater by now. It's not. NASA just deployed a new satellite. I can look up the name of it. That all its entire purpose in life is to monitor the entire global sea level temperature down to the millimeter. And so, we'll be watching it. But again, the current quote unquote climate change is non-man-made. It is a normal planetary cycle. We're still coming out of a glaciation. We're actually technically in an ice age right now. So the ice is melting like it's supposed to, like it always does. It's going to melt again. It's nothing that we can do about it, really. At least unless we start pumping Venus, gas into it, and like I'm talking about, then we could probably hope to put a small dent into it. But until then, our industry, all these wonderful communists, I'm sorry, but modern industry and capitalism is not going to hurt the planet. I'm sorry. In fact, it's helping humanity. So why they want to hurt humanity to save a planet that doesn't need saving, it's just politics. Yes. In fact, if you look at Al Gore's old science fraud film he made, he actually shows the Vostok ice core sample charts that allegedly go back millions of years or whatever nonsense. They actually don't. That's more mythology. But if you zoom in on them, you see that it's the exact opposite of his sermon, his religious sermon. The carbon dioxide does not cause the heat changes. The heat changes that they were measuring in the core samples, the temperatures changed before the carbon dioxide levels changed, like 800 years on average before. There's all kinds of stuff out there about it. So yeah, the exact opposite of what the communists and the fascists preach are true, basically. To summarize. So yeah, let them know about Moxie. So even if everything that idiots like me are trying to educate the world about is wrong, we already have the technology already proven technology to literally convert carbon dioxide in mass scale into pure oxygen. So we're good. Even if I'm wrong, we've already solved the problem. If there is a problem, So sorry, you have to find some other way to create fake taxes to control society with. So you can't do it through actually democracy. You have to lie and scare people into fraud to do it. Sorry. Science geeks like me are going to warn people: don't believe in the indulgences. That's all it is. It's carbon. So the carbon tax is just an indulgence. If you pay me this money, then I'll solve these problems for you that don't really exist. Ponzi scheme. Anyways, does that help? Does he have any other question, Sandy? I'd love to. Again, I don't want to be facetious. I don't want to seem like a jerk, certainly. I want a genuine, fun, casual, intelligent conversation whenever possible. Well, so for one, Christians should never be scared. God's in control, of course, but God's already promised He's going to destroy this planet and the universe already. There's going to be new heavens and a new earth, He says. So this planet's already toast. Like people tell me, "Isn't that such a beautiful car? Isn't it such a beautiful mansion?" I'm like, "No, I guess it's good looking firewood." They look at me like, "What? It's all going to be thrown in the fire." So that's just fancy firewood. I get interesting stares sometimes, but so yeah, it's all meaningless. The riches of this world are already promised to be destroyed. Melted back into the elements. So there's no reason to be scared, but it's scientifically falsified too. There's no science to the idea that man can damage the earth. Even the old scare of launching 10,000, the old lie that between America and Russia, we had enough nukes to destroy this planet 10 times over. No, we have dropped, or at least ignited more nuclear tonnage material over the Bikini Islands alone than our entire arsenal today, and yet the Bikini Islands is just fine. They had an increased rise in was it cesium? I think some cesium isotope, and they evacuated all the natives from those islands. Oh, you're going to die. You're going to get cancer. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. And it turned out not only they're not dying, but there's a phenomenon called hormesis, where you can actually, and Europeans have shown this for centuries. There's a certain amount of excess radiation that will make you healthier. It'll increase your life, and a lot of the people in like Hiroshima, they weren't in the obvious blast zone. People outside of the kill zone, they're living longer than their neighbors because they had just the right amount of radiation to extend their life. And so all of the nukes that we've been testing over in the Pacific, they're extending the life. They're saying, oh, look, it caused this random evolutionary mutation of this shark that usually only has 2 fins, and now it's got 3 fins. And then they found the same exact shark, thousands of miles away elsewhere that also had 3 fins. Like, wait a minute. So yeah, they come up with these ideas that get proven wrong. Yeah, it's just gotta pay attention, And don't believe me. I always tell people, don't ever believe anything anybody says, especially me. Go look it up. Go do what I did. Even if I do, people will show me your source. Blah, blah. Even if I showed you a web link, don't believe it. Go verify. Go find your own sources. Go verify your own, science. Go do your own science. Go verify it. I could create a false web. I'm a very highly experienced, advanced coder. I write AI code for a living, for crying out loud. I can make a fake website, and I can find all kinds of fake credentials and PhDs and make it look exactly like the University of Michigan or whatever the heck I wanted to. I could do that. I could create some fraud if I really wanted to. So don't believe anything I say. Everybody go look for yourselves. Go do whatever due diligence you need to do to catch up. Yeah. Yeah, cesium 106, I forget what. It's been years for me since I've looked at it. The natives that were evacuated, it turns out that they weren't dying of cancer. Their lives were prolonged because of the extra radiation from those tests. The idea is, again, we've dropped, I don't know how many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of of pounds of TNT of nuclear material on the Bikini Islands alone, much less elsewhere, and much less all the underground tests and stuff like going on in the deserts. And so you would think the Bikini Islands, would be one big giant radioactive slag, worse than Chernobyl, but it's not. And even Chernobyl, it's a paradise now. It's back to its pristine environment. There's very little to no radiation outside of the actual core. It's even there's tours now in the open core. Just don't go lick the freaking uranium rods. You're fine. Even if you do lick them, you won't die. He's not smart, But it's the radiation's not that big of a deal anymore. It's just all of our assumptions are now confirmed untrue. Dude, that's a good question. I could try to help if it's a particular interest for you. We could try to do some research together. Because again, it's just stuff that I picked up off and on over the years. Let's see. Bikini Island. I can spell it. Natives living longer. There's some pictures of them. Beautiful people. Stanford Magazine, Bikini Island Atoll looks like today. It's almost. Here's a ieffinglovescience.com. They're not always wonderful, but you have an article here I can link. About how life is thriving just fine down there. Again, it's supposed to be a post-apocalyptic nuclear freaking slag, heck hole, and it's just not. It's beautiful. It's just paradise, both above water and underwater. Does it mention the cesium? It does not. SES. Again, there was a concern that the elevated cesium radioactive isotopes in the area, so the bombs have affected it a little bit, and they were worried it was going to hurt the people there, but nope. Let's see, I got a medium.com article I just found out. Does it talk about it? The headline is, screw back up. They got it. This is a long article. What Bikini Atoll looks like today. It is not a radioactive crater. In 1954, a bomb 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb vaporized the 3 islands in the lagoon, including the one where the expedition crew was. It's the equivalent to 216 Empire State Buildings being blown into the sky. The tests are the most violent thing we've ever done in the ocean. They don't mention the cesium problem again. Wait, hold on. It's the remoteness that demanded the atoll to include. Blah, blah, blah. United States persuaded Bikini's 167 inhabitants to relocate by assuring them a quick return, a promise that quickly soured as the residents were shunted among inhabited islands and exposed to radioactive fallout. So it's a promise that remains unfulfilled today. Normal life in the atoll is impossible because the groundwater is contaminated. No, it's not. So I knew that there was going to be some fraud out there still. No one lives there except for these other half dozen custodians. So the people do live there. Yeah, see, you don't. They're saying that they have to import food and water. That just means you don't eat the dirt. The plant life filters radioactive isotopes just fine. That's why the trees and everything aren't radioactive freaking. That's why the trees and the plants and the animals there aren't glowing in the dark, you dum-dums. Sorry, you people that don't know how to understand science. And despite Bikini's removed, the rest of the world wasn't beyond the reach of the blast. Well, okay, well, it's just silly. Carbon-14. So yeah, this just doesn't talk about it too much. The islands are safe to visit so long as outside food is consumed. No. The plant life is not radioactive. Anyways, yeah, it's hard to find a good source. Here's one, New York Times. The Bikini Island natives are suing to go back. This is from whoa. This is from 1975. So here you go. That's how old this issue is. I'd be interested to find out if they ever won their lawsuit. Oh, wait, why is that title? Why is it 1975 for the article, but then talking about 1996? Oh, about the this is an archive. Okay, this is a digital version of the archive. Online publication before New York Times started 1996. Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. So yeah, so that's an archive of the old story of them trying to sue to go back. It's not exactly up to date. Is there an up to date one? Huffington Post. 70 years later, may still be too radioactive. No. It's just trying to sell a lie. See? Contradictory. Researchers who traveled to Bikini last year discovered radiation levels higher than those allowed by minimum safety standards. However, neighboring atolls were significantly less nuclear. Okay, make up your mind. Aha. We had to move, says this Jason Lazo, so they could test their weapon. It was a hard question, but we felt we had no choice. He told Outside Magazine in 2012. So is that all it is? You moved them so you could test your bombs, and now you want them to go back? Because so that's just it. In America, you're supposed to allow people to kill themselves if they want to go live in a radioactive island. You're not supposed to be allowed to stop them. You can't stop stupid legally. Or else we wouldn't have cars. You know? It's like telling people you're not allowed to drive because you're going to kill yourself. More people die from car accidents than radioactive islands. There you go. Cesium-137. There we go.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It was recorded in the bodies of the people living in the island. Well, they're fine. And there's other articles I've read that they're living longer than expected. So yeah, all kinds of stuff out there. You just got to sift through it. Hope I give you a good start. Somewhere out there, there is the primary original sources of the actual studies and of the inhabitants themselves. That lawsuit, for example, back in 1970, that'd be something I'd want to research if I was wanting to learn more about that subject. Which, honestly, I'm not sure I do right now. But if I did, I'd go find that lawsuit because the court process requires discovery, requires both sides, including the government, to panning up their quote unquote reasons and sources and whatever. So, because the judge has to decide on who's more right. Is the government correct that if they let those poor people go back to their own place that they'll die? And do they have the right to not let them die? We call it the abortionists and the what's it called? The assisted suicide people. You have the right to kill yourself, but the Bikini Island inhabitants don't. Right? This is the kind of thing that we ask ourselves, and well, again, while we're waiting for that scientific project to spin up, Yeah. Cesium-137. That was a good reminder. So I've got radioactive isotopes in me. I'm not dead. I did have a relative, an uncle-in-law, actually, who died of plutonium poisoning. He was a Air Force officer, sorry, on I don't think it was the Navy. Normally the Navy have nuclear reactors that they play with on CONUS. I think this was an Army nuclear facility back like in the 60s and 70s. And he was a security officer who was responding to an emergency, and they had to go into the Corps. They had to do their emergency procedures where they didn't get all their equipment on, and got his own. He had to calculate the risk of exposure, and he went above and beyond. As good guys often do, and to save a couple. These two guys that were stuck or whatever, or having problems getting out. And so he got a lethal dosage. And he was like, yeah, you're going to, either I'll tell him you're going to be dead in a few weeks, maybe a month. But he didn't. He lived until in his 80s. So he, again, hormesis, he got poisoning. He got what OSHA would classify as a deadly dose of plutonium radiation, and his medical staff, he was fighting the VA over it because the civilian medical staff was literally saying he had actual plutonium. He had radioactive plutonium in his veins, in his bloodstream. That's how contaminated he'd gotten. He didn't have just isotopes. He had raw plutonium in his body circulating around, still actively giving him radiation poisoning. And he lived to a very ripe old age. He was trying to get. He was fighting the VA there. So it's not humanly possible to get plutonium poisoning, despite the doctors saying, "Yeah, here you go. Here's the facts." Like that's a whole other nightmare. Anyways, so yeah, even though he was literally, I don't think he glowed. He had a wicked sense of humor. He was still. He did die eventually. His kidneys did fail, but he lived longer than he thought he would. Longer than they originally told him, of course, because we just don't. That's how science is. We don't know until we actually watch it happen. It has to be real time. Just because, like Planck said, just because. Here, do I have that quote? Hold on. That's awesome enough to highlight if I have it available. Yeah, we have no right to assume any physical laws exist at all, or if they have existed up to now, that they will continue to exist in a similar manner in the future. We have no right. There's no reason in science to think just something happened in the past that it's going to happen the same way again. People say you could base your predictions on science. False. The exact opposite. I mean, I wish the biggest, headache in AI development is that the AI does not do what we thought it was supposed to do, because it did the last 10,000 times. It doesn't always repeat itself. It's annoying. Same thing with medicine. The only doctors I ever trust are the ones that flat tell me that they're only, quote, practicing medicine. They don't know what they're doing half the time. They're just trying it out. Let's see if this works. This might work. This worked in the past. Let's see if it works for you. That's when I know that they're true scientists. They're true medical scientists. Some doctor tells me, well, this will work. I know. I guarantee you this will work. I'll be like, okay, never mind, doctor. Thank you. Have a nice day. I'll go find me a real doctor. Someone who knows science. Anyways, so yeah, his poisoning, his radiation poisoning, extended his life. But again, he was still actively being poisoned over all those decades, and it did eventually start to decay his tissues. So theoretically, he would not have lived that long if he had not gotten poisoned. Because again, yeah. Anyways, cool story.
Sorry, bro.
He
Yeet.
was the guy who fixed that 1940 Chrysler Windsor Gold Line Edition, the Batmobile.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. He had this old car. He wanted to, it was one of those things he wanted to work on, get it all fancied up, but he couldn't because even though he lived long, he wasn't exactly healthy. Don't get me wrong. He was sick. Well, I guess everybody that old's sick, has problems, but right, Kelly? I don't know if you're washing your hands.
Yeah, sorry about my noise. Yeah, I'll be done in just a moment.
Yeah. But anyways, he wanted to fix that old car up, and so I was young, I was active duty, I'd save up my leave every year. You get 30 days a year of leave. I'd save up mine and just take a whole month off every year, and just come home and work on everybody's car. So, but otherwise, people pick on me too. Even I think you guys are picking on me for why that's fun. Still. Why working on cars is fun for me.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Someone here was picking on me recently about it the other week. It's cute.
Oh, the kids did. I didn't. I think it's a fine hobby. My dad used to do that. He worked hard and played harder, and that was part of his fun.
Made you the wonderful woman you are today?
No.
That's
why I'm a brat.
I'm not. Sandy's asking if there's any off-limit topics. I'm not so much into like perverted stuff.
What are you talking? My dad. What are you talking about? My dad?
One of the YouTubers is asking if there's any quote off-limit topics. I keep asking for people to bring up topics.
Which YouTuber?
Sandy. I don't know what the topic. She hasn't brought up a topic yet. Just some other stuff. She's asking a new topic. I don't know if there's limits to it. So yeah, I mean, I don't care to talk about pop culture too much. Like I said, you can ask me all about rocket science, but don't ask me about Hollywood. Who was it that wrote the movie We Were Soldiers, Kelly? Mel somebody? Mel Gibson, right? Huh?
Yeah.
I said Mel Brooks earlier.
Oh, Mel Brooks, nice. I think that movie would be entirely different.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes.
I say I'm Hollywood illiterate. Okay. Yeah, no, we can talk about vaccinations. I'm all for vaccinations. I think it's wonderful science. The current genetically modified mRNA strand that's being sold as a vaccine is not a vaccine today for the COVID-19 thing. It is it's a forced GMO project that is it's creating what's called spike proteins to try to act as a vaccine, but it's not a true vaccine. True vaccines, they trigger, it's usually a weakened version of a virus or some other type of mechanism that triggers the autoimmune system to create antibodies, which naturally creates a wider range of normal antiviral responses. So this quote unquote fake vaccine, whatever you want to call it, GMO vaccine, does not do that. It creates only a predetermined set of spike proteins. It's not wide ranged. That's why it's actually causing these variants. It's causing the extra mutations to happen faster than the normal virus would, because it's triggering the virus's own ability to it's not a mutation. It's not a random mutation. Viruses are specifically designed to try to fight against autoimmune systems, try to adapt itself to the antibody response to continue to try to survive. And so the coronavirus, this new one, COVID-19, there's thousands of coronaviruses, and I gotta make that distinction too. COVID-19 is not rare. It's not whatever. It's one of those things that's inevitable to happen. The CDC's been talking about it for decades, but so it's being the fake vaccines, quote unquote, whatever you call them, are triggering that normal self-defense mechanism of the virus. So it's causing these variants essentially, which normally would happen anyway. It's causing them to happen faster. So the boosters are also, they're not true vaccines, they're not true antibodies. They are forcing a genetically modified response to human cells, and they do it for poultry. That they're trying to immunize like cats and stuff now too. It's stupid, but it's creating these artificial proteins to try to act as an antibody, but it's not, basically. So I'm all for vaccines. I just wished that people would care about science and do their research. Understand that especially here in America, the FDA, the normal medical ethics laws require a minimum of 10 years of scientific study, even if it seems like it's a wonderful miracle drug. What's like one drug called the erectile dysfunction thing, the blue pill? What do they call that? What's the civilian market name for it? I forget. I don't know. I forget what it's called. It was originally developed as a heart attack and stroke medication to try to work on it. So it didn't help hearts, but it helped erectile dysfunction problems. Yeah, Viagra.
What?
Yeah, Viagra. Remember?
Why are you guys talking about that?
As an example, how it takes 10 years before a new drug is able to be approved.
That's not a vaccine. What?
Well, I'm just saying that's my example. So it seemed like a miracle drug. They were trying to develop it for heart problems, right?
Yeah.
It didn't help the heart problems, but it helped other problems. But it still took 10 years for it to be, tested ethically and approved and all that stuff. So that's my problem with this fake vaccine. They did an emergency authorization, but it's not approved. It did not go through the normal ethical approval process. They're hoping it will be approved, 9 years from now, but it's not.
Well, they're claiming it's been approved and more than just for emergency purposes. But if that's the case, and if it shows the FDA is no longer honest,
that's right. That's a lawsuit, because then all the other big all the pharmaceutical companies can say, well, then just give this new wonder drug that I'm developing here. It's going to earn me tens of billions or trillions of dollars. Now you legally have to give it an emergency use act, because it's going to save more lives than the COVID fake vaccines are. And since you're going to authorize emergency use, then there's never any reason to wait the 10-year minimum mandatory safe reasons. Yeah.
But again,
So
They've
the
already
FDA is
fully approved these vaccines,
Mhm.
even though no. So they can no longer be trusted for their approval.
So I don't know if that's true. Yeah, Chris was asking that the other day, and I brought up the CDC website talking about it, and it still talks about how these are only UAE only. It's not fully approved. They're just saying it is, even though it's not. They did not do
It says fraud upon fraud, regardless.
Yes, it's not just fraud upon fraud. It's triple fraud. Because remember, the original pandemic crisis fears were based on knowingly falsified information. The CDC admitted publicly that they are mixing the false positive antibody tests with the PCR tests to create a false exaggeration of the numbers, create a false crisis. So it's all predicated on fraud. Yeah, the 5G stuff, that's stupid too. 5G is old technology. So cell phone towers are what's called dual simplex telecommunication. Where it's basically you have a simplex and a duplex. Simplex signals it's signals going one way. Duplex is a true bidirectional signal.
Wow, that sucks.
So cell towers they're not true duplex. Some people try to say they are, but they're not. They're dual simplex. You have a transmit and a receive signal. So the cell towers transmit, and then your phone transmits, and so your phone receives the one-way signal and then transmits its own. That's why you can hear people well. Sometimes the cell tower transmission is really powerful, so you can hear people on your phone, but people don't always hear you as well because your phone isn't as powerful, right? It's this little 5-volt little power supply. It doesn't reach the tower as well. So, anyways, so it's 5G has been around since the 1960s ish, maybe 50s. It's World War II type technology, Vietnam type technology, same exact frequencies. It's crap. It's shortwave. Reason why cell phone tower companies haven't used it is because it requires more towers. It's more expensive. It's a shorter distance, shorter wave. And so when cell phone companies were actually not super mega rich corporations, they couldn't afford, these giant networks, with a cell tower, every other block or so. So they put up the regular CDMA type, LTE type cell towers, with longer range. Well, now they're super mega rich because, you have to sell iPhones for over $1,000 each now. And it's a fad. So now cell phone companies, to be able to try to continue to get richer, they have figured out how to, for lack of a better word, lie to the public. It's a marketing scam, and say, hey, we're going to create the new 5G technology, and we're going to go ahead and make you hope to believe that it's new, and that we're going to have to build all those new cell towers that we couldn't afford in the past without, jacking your rates way up. We're going to go ahead and start doing that now, since you're stupid enough to buy your $1,000 iPhone. And sorry to say that. So so they think they can get away with it now. They can build the denser subscriber networks and be able to pass the cost on to their customers. That's all it is. It's non-ionizing radiation. Cell phone towers cannot hurt you. The only way to get hurt from a cell phone tower is if you crawl up to the top of it and they're painted white so that they can reflect some of the sunlight, sun heat off of it. And if you go and touch it, you'll get burned from the heat from the sun. That's about as much as it'll ever hurt you. So, yeah. 5G is not new. It's just basic. It's a walkie-talkie. That's all it is. It's a walkie-talkie. It's a dual. Yeah, it's a dual simplex walkie-talkie signal. You know how when you had to key up on your walkie-talkie, you had to hit that button and transmit. And nobody could hear you while you're transmitting. Nobody else could transmit while you're transmitting. You had to let go of the button. And then other people could transmit. That's exactly how cell phones work. It's exactly how it works. While your phone is transmitting, you have a special frequency assigned to your IMEI number. Excuse me. That's on a special frequency. The cell phone towers, they can only listen to so many frequencies at once. So if there's too many transmitters, too many cell phones in one spot, all transmitting at the same time, the tower can't handle it. It can't handle it because it can only listen to so many signals at once. So it gives you that whatever blob that there's. You know what I mean. When like 9/11 happened, nobody could call anybody because the cell towers were all saturated. It's just a walkie-talkie that has nice little touch screen and games and That's it. So yeah. It's all 5G is. It's a expensive walkie-talkie system. I don't want to buy. I got an old. What I got? What is it? I got it for free. It's a. What is that? It's a Motorola. What is that phone? You power it up. It's got this funky accent. Moto 4. Motorola Moto 4. That's what it is. I used to have a Droid 4, which I loved because it had that full sliding, the full-sized QWERTY keyboard. But I blew it up, and so they gave me my insurance for it. Gave me a Samsung Galaxy 10. No, I don't know, one of the Samsungs, and it died. And so they gave me this Motorola Moto 4 thing, I guess. So the insurance, it's like $100, plus the $10 a month, so that's expensive. So $12. So I've only paid $220. Well, $110 or $120 a year, and then I get a new phone like every 5 years or so. So that's how much I spend on my fancy walkie-talkies. Which video? I'm sorry, did you post something? I'm not seeing it. Can you look at that vid?
My son does it with his screen.
Which video, Sandy? Did you try to link something? Do you need a wrench? You probably need a wrench. Here, let me give you a wrench. Where's the wrench thing? There you go. You are now a moderator. You probably needed I have a $30. Yep. You have a $30 walkie-talkie? Man, I used to love those Nextel ones. That old job at TI, they gave them to us as a company phone. So it acted like it was a cell phone, and then you can, if you had somebody else on the Nextel network, you literally did the push to talk feature. I loved that. It was a walkie-talkie that could go across the whole planet. Loved it. If somebody was across country, you had a dee. You had to wait a few seconds. But if somebody was like in Singapore, you had like dee. You had to like wait like 20 seconds. Finally, dee. Loved it. Yep. It'll be cool when they start making phones that can for K-bands frequencies. Use Elon's Starlink satellite internet for our phones soon. Cheap satellite phones. So right now, the current satellite phone products are mostly on Geosync satellites, so they're expensive. But with Elon's wide dispersion satellite internet, they're cheap. You don't have to rely on geosynchronous orbits anymore. You just all right. How do I do this? Brighton.com. Go to our free email letter. Support free speech. Support Brighton. It's 32 minutes long. Do you want me to? Is there a particular part of it? I can start it, but is there? I don't want to necessarily go through the whole 30 minutes if we can avoid it. Hold on. Who dare message me? Let's see here. Posted my live stream on my own Discord channel. Go away, people. Well, no. I mean, if there's a particular point of it, I'd love to go over it. I just didn't want to go through the whole thing. We don't have to.
The largest business unit at Vodafone. Their headquarters in Newbury between 2013 through 2015. I was privy to a number of the new technologies that were coming down the pipe that was going to be implemented. Namely,
my homework. You have to go back to school. I've already got 3 degrees. How many more do I need? Kidding. Almost finished a 4th post-grad certificate. I would have finished it last summer, but this new job got rough. Yeah, it was a pleasure talking with you, Sandy. We'll scan through it.
Things, and secondly, the 5G technology. I knew a long time ago that 5G was dangerous, but I didn't understand the correlation with the coronavirus, which I now do. I want to be able to explain that to you. So what is happening? There is a deliberate strategy to roll out 5G, which is the 5th generation internet radio spectrum frequencies that enable mobile phones, smartphones, and all devices to function on much faster processing. And with the introduction of AI, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, where all devices will be connected, whether it's your car, whether it's your phone, whether it's your refrigerator, whether it's your electricity in the house, it's all going to be on a smart grid. Effectively a type of matrix, unfortunately. Sorry to use that term. So what is happening is that this technology has to be rolled out globally. My company that I used to work for, as they're running their largest worldwide business unit.
Well, what's going to happen without 5G?
Vodafone. Vodafone are in partnership with Huawei or Highway, whatever you call them, a Chinese
Just need an internet connection.
and they have been rolling out systematic 5G
Wi-Fi
implementation
doesn't.
in multiple locations. What's the relevance? The frequency that they're using, and I also ran a telecoms company back in 2010 through to 2013-14, some of you will be aware, they specialized in radio spectrum, this ability to take external signals from satellites into buildings, and so that the frequency that you experience in power on your phone is
Yeah, it's
the same
called
in the building
tethering.
as outside of the building. When mobile networks were created initially, they thought people would be on the road all the time, hence why they were called mobile phones. But actually what happened is people used their mobile phones in buildings and the signal wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, we do that at SpaceX. You get a little antenna on the outside of the building, and it basically retransmits both the cell signal and a Wi-Fi signal in the building. It's just a signal extender. It's nothing fancy. It's old.
Enough to penetrate buildings. That's called radio spectrum, and they're different megahertz frequencies, etc. So the 5G frequency is a very high frequency, very, very, very high frequency. It is just below the classification of a weapon, and I'll tell you.
You can't use radio waves as a weapon unless you're like, doing literal microwave. Unless you're trying to fry someone's guts from the inside, but the frequency itself doesn't hurt anybody. It's non-ionizing radiation, and you can use that with low frequencies. You can melt things with low frequencies. That's a matter of wattage or power, not frequency.
Frequency that they're using, which is 10 times faster than 4G, unfortunately, when it comes into connection with human bodies, causes cell poisoning.
No, it's non-ionizing. Sorry, Sandy. There are higher frequencies than 5G going through our bodies right now as we're sitting. Oh, echo, sorry. Yeah, no, there's things faster or higher than 5G, and we're fine. If you want to relay whoever is convinced by that. So, I guess a good example, let me see if I can get light spectrum scale. Let me if I can find a cool cheap chart. There we go. Share. So electromagnetic wave frequencies, flux, is on an infinite spectrum. You have gamma rays and X-rays and ultraviolet rays and all kinds of rays that infinitely get faster and faster and faster, higher frequency. You have light, tiny little sliver of light that we pretend to see here in the middle. And you got slow waves, infrared, microwaves, radio waves. They get slower, slower, slower. And so wave functions come in all shapes and sizes. If you shine a flashlight with enough juice to it, you can burn yourself with it. It's cool tricks out there. So yeah, you could damage organs with any frequency. So 5G is irrelevant for that. It's not a matter of frequency, it's a matter of juice. And if the 5G towers put out enough juice to hurt flesh, it would melt your phone too. Burn out your phone. So yeah, that's one way of putting it. I guess the nicer way of putting it, it's industrial espionage or industrial fraud. There's a lot of business, a lot of money in this, trillions of dollars. And so there's a financial interest to try to persuade people from not buying into the ancient technology that is 5G. How's that? It's a marketing scam. It's one thing to, buy into a marketing scam. People do it all the time. You've got pet rocks, for example, to each their own, It's another thing to lie about a marketing scam. That's what I do. I say, hey, no, it's not going to hurt you. Here's why. It's just not worth it. Your Sandy's little $20 cell phone is just as good. It's not your phone that's the problem. It's the how many cell phone towers. It's where you live. It's why you get a better reception in the city than you do out in the country, because there's just not enough towers. So 5G makes that more difficult, unless because 5G requires more towers, and so that's going to cost more money to build the denser, subscriber network. So these companies exist on profit, so they're going to pass the extra money that's going to cost for them to build the new towers onto you. So your $1,000 cell phones are probably going to become $2,000. I pay $250 a month right now on Kelly and I, Mrs. Joel and I's cell phones, but I get all kinds of bells and whistles. I've got Verizon's grandfathered LTE unlimited data, so I'll never get throttled. Bunch of other stuff, right? I've got the family locator. I got the roadside assistance. I got it all, right? And that's fine. I love it. I've used it. I've used those services, right? And it's one of those kind of things that you wish you had it's better to have than not to have, because it takes time to turn them on. So I'd rather not have to ask to turn those features on in an emergency, so, but, yeah, if I were to buy a 5G network phone, it probably I'd pay a minimum, I imagine $50 to $100 extra a month just for the new, and it's going to be a less quality. Yes, it's faster. It's a faster frequency, so your downloads will happen faster. But if you live outside of a city, it's going to suck for you more until they build new towers, which you have to pay for. Well, yeah, that's great. I'm a big free speech advocate too, of course. Laissez-faire. I'm a freaking soldier. I'll fight for everybody's right to lie. And just be stupid. To each their own. Well, I don't know. Yeah, trust is earned. You're right. But imagine if you were a competitor and you did not want the big cell phone companies, for example, to start making massive profits and further push you under the rug. You're a little cell phone company still stuck on CDMA or 3G technology, 2G technology, whatever, and especially if you're overseas, right? You're in a small little country, you can't really compete, and here comes these big evil Americans and Europeans and Chinese coming in with their big 5G networks, blah, blah. So what are you going to do? You're going to create a fake free, platform and say, this stuff's going to kill you. It's going to melt your skin off and make you and fry your brain like a potato. You could do that, but it's not honest. It's not true. And it typically doesn't put the small companies like Cricket, they're still around, right? Sprint almost went out of business before they built their own networks, right? Most of the small companies, they lease towers. Like Verizon, Verizon is one of the bigger subscriber leases, where a small company, you got to just pay the fine, you got to pay the fee, to use somebody else's network, and then you can transmit your stuff on somebody else's network. You don't have to call it Verizon. In fact, Verizon itself sells offshoots. I forget the name of it. TracFone. Verizon bought TracFone, right? Excuse me, but kept the name because some people didn't like Verizon for whatever reason, right? But TracFone's a throwaway phone. You can buy minutes. You don't have to get a contract. Don't call it Verizon or people won't like it. So, but it still used the Verizon networks, right? And we get people calling the customer support line when I was working at Verizon for TracFone. They'll be like, "I'm sorry, this is the Verizon support. Let me transfer you to the TracFone guys." So yeah. Anyways, yeah. You always have to test everything, no matter how. Even the Bible. You have to, like God says, even test God. God, thankfully, is much more trustworthy than the rest of us, but don't ever believe anything blindly. I guess is the moral of that story. Yeah, I mean, and that's the joy of science. Even the things that we think are true, quote unquote. You know, we think gravity is true. Turns out sometimes it's not always true. There's a better way of interpreting the data. You know, that's the joy in science. That's what makes it fun for geeks, for brain sponges, whatever you want to call us. Finding out, you know, what things really are. You know, never assuming that something's true. Never, ever, ever. As I said, no amount of experimentation can ever prove me right. Never. Only experiments can only prove me wrong. And even that's suspect, man. There's all kinds of wrong experiments we found out were true later. You know? Yeah. Oh, love it. Mystery. Challenge. So yeah, 5G is only dangerous in that it is a scam. It's great if your cell phone doesn't download things fast. If your typical 5 megabit speeds aren't fast enough, then yeah, that's the benefit I see in getting 5G. Yeah, no, I love it. And thank you for asking them. I yeah. You guys answered my prayer. I asked the Lord to send some people to talk to and ask questions, and this is fun for me. So thank you. God bless you. Have a good night. But yeah, that's the point. We need to always challenge our beliefs, no matter how true they seem to be. And before I forget, I need to make sure that nope, it's too late, isn't it? There's a checkbox. It's easy to forget to make the side comments available for later. So yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Lord. I think the Lord loves that we seek Him through trying to understand how He does things, science, through technology. I think that the Lord uses technology to help us help others. He teaches us. Technology is a gift of God. After the gift of life, it is perhaps the greatest of God's gifts. It is the mother of civilizations, of arts, and of sciences. God gives us life. Then He teaches us how to improve on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she
What
said.
he said.
Hi. Do I finally get the grace of your presence?
Maybe.
What's up? Whoa, don't fall. Why are you wearing my shirt that you bought me?
Because I like it. That's how that works.
I love the Firefly series, so she bought this shirt. It's got a picture of the Serenity ship on it. It says, I aim to misbehave.
All right.
You look good at it.
Thank you.
You look awesome in all my clothes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Men's clothes are far superior to women's clothes.
Yeah.
Women's clothes are terribly uncomfortable.
Why are they so expensive?
Because women like to look pretty with their clothes.
Is that like
I'm
5? It's like
me,
5G? Huh?
It's just like, I just want comfort.
Is it like 5G technology cell phones?
I don't
People
think
like their
about
download speeds be faster and look pretty? Say, I've got the 5G.
that. All
You're
I
only
care-
on 4G. What?
I don't care about that nonsense. All I care about is I have enough friggin' whatever is necessary to play my game.
Is your phone even plugged in?
I don't think so. Might be. I don't think so.
Mrs. Joel, she's married to a little rocket science and satellite, genius
Yeah, but phones have people on the other end of it.
that hates cell phones.
No, it's because it
I'm just saying, look at your husband. You got this.
people on the other side.
You got this super tech husband guy, that knows all. I mean, I designed this stuff. I know how it all works. I can tell you that the DSP chips work. I can tell you how the DSP chips are designed, and yet I just love it. You're like this. It's not like you're anti-technology. You love technology.
Yeah.
You're just smart enough to know that it's not as useful as people want to think it is.
I like to go out in public and actually enjoy.
Yeah,
my
you like
surroundings.
society. You like civilization.
No.
What?
Like hanging out with all y'all today.
All y'all.
I didn't even look at my phone because my phone didn't even come with me.
She said y'all.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Goodness.
I just love it.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So I like technology. I just don't like being on the phone is all. That's it.
Do you know you're gorgeous?
No.
Well, now you do.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Don't leave me like that.
Do what I want.
Well, I do what I want.
What?
What?
Who are you?
Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't do what I want. I do it the
kidding.
white ones.
No,
So what's
that's
that?
not true.
What's on your mind?
A lot.
You and I have talked about so many different things. So I'm the hard science geek. She's the psych nerd babe. I call her. We've talked about everything for so many years now. Is there anything left? Is there any questions you have about science crap?
No,
Yeah.
you talked to me so much about it.
I know. We repeated each other. It seems sometimes. That's how bad it was, dude. When we first met, I dare.
It depends. What are you going to share?
Yeah, I'll keep it rated teen or whatever. Or is that, I guess actually rated G. Is it? What's the
Yeah.
kids?
G for general.
Yeah, because rated teen is bad now.
Yeah.
But
Even G might be bad.
no, we were like total teenagers. We were on the phone like sometimes literally 24 hours, like 3 or 4 days straight, but
Well,
24/7. Huh?
Not 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, no, I think we were.
We're
for
too
like
old
how
for
many
that
months?
garbage.
No, for how many months was that?
Well, we stayed up long hours, but we didn't stay up quite that long.
It was like-
for a few months. Yeah.
4 or 6 months, I forget.
Oh,
We could not stop talking. It was disgusting. I remember one night you fell asleep me reading from the Cyberpunk book.
Yeah.
You said it's the sound of my voice put you to sleep.
Did.
All right, I'm reading these stories. You start
You
snoring.
were actually
Huh? What? Just look at me like that.
you were reading the character descriptions.
Yep.
To me. Yep.
We used to play Aeon together.
Stupid game.
Con
Don't
Chevin,
even-
do it in your voice. Your hot voice. What?
No, I'm not doing
Con Chevin Peck. What? Did I do it wrong?
No, you were on the right track. Yeah, you did do that.
I love how you do it. Your little mocking little.
It's because it's ridiculous now.
Do it. Come on.
Flying around with wings. I'm like, oh, no, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't get past that.
You like the angels?
They weren't angels.
Where were they?
They were ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they're angels.
No.
Humans with angel wings. Elves and stuff. I don't forget. It was a decent game. It was a good mechanic. It was original.
I didn't like it.
Well, we liked it for a little while.
I tried to.
Yeah.
I did try to like it. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
did try to like different games and such.
Sandy C. She's from New Zealand.
New Zealand, nice.
She was smarter by asking. She loves Lord of the Rings. She literally said somewhere up here earlier that she lives in Middle
Did
Earth.
you already take off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably 7 o'clock in the morning or something.
Okay.
Anyways, she's a Lord of the Rings fan, so yeah, it'd be cool to get you guys hooked up in the game.
Sure, all kinds of stuff, silly stuff. We're all very silly.
Yes.
Pretty baby. She's a daddy's girl. She will not have much. She'll go visit me when I go use the restroom.
Yeah.
She'll hop on the bed and do her little biscuit thing and purr up a storm.
Yeah. Before I started my stream, she came over, just parked on my chest like she does, and I moved her down so I could.
Does she still plop?
Well, yeah. She'll stand on me
Aw.
until I start better, and then she'll.
I love the plopping.
Yeah.
She's
And then
so.
she'll like dig her claws into my shoulder. And it's like a
She,
weird,
yeah, she doesn't know she's actually hurting
painful
you.
hug. But anyway, so I shoot her down a little bit to get her so I could see my screen and stuff like that. And she was like rude, and she went up, perched up on
Aw.
top of the.
Where's the baby? Kitty. Where's no ma'am? Ariel sent me a couple of pictures of shoot tonight
Of
of
who?
the kids
Shirt?
and
What?
grandkid.
Pictures of what?
The kids and the grandkids.
So like you said, shirt.
Oh,
Pictures of shirts. What?
no.
Oh.
Of the kids and the grandson. It was
Yeah.
very sweet. Yeah.
The offspring.
I don't know if you saw it earlier, but Shay and the Philippine on one end, right? And then Ariel with Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was watching it.
They were smiling at
I
each other
know.
from the phones from across the world. I thought that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Grandbabies unite through technology.
Yeah, little cousins, and they're all so sweet, smiling all at each other. She's like 4 months old. He's like 6 months old.
Yeah.
So cute. Yeah, that was really cute. It's like little kids are cute because even though they're still essentially babies, they love the other babies.
Yeah,
So
usually.
sweet to see
Well,
them.
sometimes they
Yeah.
fight. It's cute too.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier about how I think the reason why Jesus says we have to be like little children to be in his kingdom is because we're innocent and we're creative. We prefer to fun. Even when kids fight, it's cute. As long as they're not,
I
crazy.
remember, oh my
Hmm?
gosh, Nina. Jonathan kept picking on Nina.
I
And
remember
she
this
was
story.
like, I don't know, between 6 and 8 months old.
Be careful not to share too many names, by the way.
Oh,
Good.
grabbed it, reach over, grab the hairbrush, and
Mhm.
start pulling him in the head. I'm like, ah!
I know.
Jumped off the couch. I'm like, no.
How old was she then?
Like probably about 8 months.
8 months, not even a year.
Yeah.
You're beating her brother to death.
Oh well, nothing changed. She and Matthew beat the crap out of each other. It's
Yeah,
so bad.
yeah,
Well, and they're not kids anymore, y'all. So you know, they're all adults.
yeah. And they even as teenagers though they do the what is it called, the knuckle punch challenge?
Bloody knuckles.
Bloody knuckles.
And I couldn't stop either one of them from trying
I know.
to fight each other. Like
We try to get them, and they would do the punch me as hard as you can in the arm. You know, bruise each other
Yep.
up.
Yep.
It's weird. I heard her crying today. She's like, "Don't punch me, I bruise easy." I was like, "Yeah, right."
What was really funny is that Matthew would talk smack, and I could see a look
Uh-huh.
flash in her eyes, that
Yep.
old look all over you. It's cute.
She is. She's fibbing.
Did I tell
Don't
you
punch me.
about?
What?
Did I tell you about what Chris said
About
to,
what?
to Billy? It was really cute.
Oh,
Chris.
that's cute. He calls him Billy Joel. I'm sure Billy hates that.
Oh yeah. He does. Anyway, she goes, "Why?" He goes, "Why her? Why her?
Yeah, I heard that.
She's a dude." Because she's such a tomboy.
Yep.
We're all laughing.
I asked him what his
about that.
response
It's
was. I don't
hilarious.
think he told me.
Oh, all of us were laughing.
Yeah.
That was very funny.
Poor Nina.
She was laughing too. I mean,
She'll not denying it. Yep.
oh,
She's a dude with long hair.
no, she's total talk. Well, the kids have always called me dad for years, so I'm
Yeah.
not terribly surprised they pick on her.
I'm the
She's
mom.
most like me, yeah,
I'm the bearded mom.
essentially.
Yeah.
Well, that's what what's her name said.
Until they get in
Yeah.
trouble, and then
You
Yeah.
pulled a dad joke today. I was pretty proud of you.
eh.
Yeah. I love dad jokes.
I was talking about my dad earlier tonight.
Nice.
How he found God. He's a chill guy for the last few years.
That's really good. I'm glad to hear that.
Did you meet him? You didn't meet him back then, no.
No, I never met him. He passed away after, or
Hmm.
before, way before you and I got together. Yeah.
Oh goodness. I remember how
You
cute
said
you
that he
were.
would have liked me though, because I'm a brat.
Oh yeah. You're a sassy woman. Yeah. I remember your mom showing you pictures of him.
Yes.
You kept saying I look like my dad.
You look exactly like your dad.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I don't know how that copy paste function works up in God's kingdom, but man, did he ever copy paste?
I don't act like him though. I don't think. I mean, what? Why are you smiling at me? Yeah, cute. I say I like to pick on people. I like to pick on people sometimes, but he was annoying. I'm not nowhere near as annoying as he was.
Well, I didn't know.
Yeah.
My dad was a little. He was a brat. He was so funny. Oh my gosh, he was very very introverted, but
Right.
he had a pretty freaking strong silly streak. He was a lot of fun.
Yes. Now look at you. Yep.
Many.
You're all kinds of funny. So we got a nap today, but I'm starting to feel tired already.
Oh, yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm all right for now.
It's only 1:30.
Holy.
Us teenagers.
That nap earlier, that was really really nice. Boy, did I need it. Just the past few days been incredibly busy.
Did you know that? We still act like teenagers.
A lot of respect.
My friend from Croatia, Nicholas.
Mhm.
You hear him?
I did.
He hears us bantering. He's like, "You guys are still teenagers." Yep.
My inner child is a 12 to 14-year-old boy. I think something's wrong there.
No,
Because I'm a little brat. I can't
you're all
help it.
girl.
I got strong tomboy like Nina.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I do.
You're
You haven't
pansy.
seen me in there.
talking about IRL outside of your game.
I don't even know what you're on about.
Mm.
All I know is you scared me, and you said I sound like a chicken, and that was very funny.
When was this?
Day or two ago,
Oh, I have a vague memory, but I'm not getting a full picture.
dude, it was like a day or two ago. You
I
were
know.
hiding in the
I'm
bathroom.
an old man. I'm lucky I don't know how to code anymore. What?
You already stored it in one of them nugs. That's not good.
I don't know. I had to start a new API project since then, so I
I
had to.
was not. I'm saying, just quiet.
Oh,
Not weird.
it was getting out of shape.
Well, I'm not even talking about that.
Pushing 50, old woman.
Whatever, old man.
I think I told my guys at SpaceX I'm not 39 anymore.
Sneaks up.
I thought it was a good excuse.
Yeah.
They didn't. I don't think they did. They didn't care. They kept going. They had work to do.
Oh boy. I'm a little tired, but
Was it something? Was it a laugh you did? I do remember you making some sort of chicken noise, but I forget exactly what it was.
rude. Scared the crap out of you. Jumped out of you from that dark bathroom.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yes.
That was yesterday, wasn't it?
I think so. After
You
I
click
told
like
you
a
to dare
yeah.
me.
You click like a chicken.
Scared the poop
Like
out of
Picard.
you. You're terrible.
Not quite like that, but still. It's hard. It's hard work. It takes strategy and effort.
Now, guys, when he gets scared, he does a little hop.
Yeah.
No, just a little hop.
I have to calibrate my ninja instincts to flip you upside down and chop your head off. What? Don't look at me with that. I'm a professionally trained killer.
Oh,
Remember?
for heaven's sake. Okay, going back to the.
No, stay and have a
I'm
cookie.
already sore.
There's cookies right there.
I'm good.
Pass me a cookie.
No.
Those are gross cookies, though, aren't they?
No, they're not. They're freaking awesome.
It's all sugar-covered sugar cookie
Well, exactly. That's why you don't eat them
with sprinkled sugar on
They're
top.
so freaking good. Oh my gosh. These things are ridiculous.
Oh, I love you.
Dude,
Little chicken,
Yep.
chicken legs.
that's right. Dude, why you gotta advertise that?
I don't know. They're cute.
Goodness.
They look good on you.
Oh, goodness. Everybody on YouTube
Scrawny little
don't
pre-mini
get
chicken.
legs.
You're the chicken hobbit, remember?
Chicken hobbit.
With
Yeah,
your Cluck Norris chicken pet thing.
that's right. Cluck Norris is the bomb.
Oh,
Love Cluck Norris.
here you go.
Everybody.
Want to talk about starting our own chicken farm someday, like the Nevies? Didn't Emily start a chicken farm in Indiana? Oh,
Oh, did they?
I think so. You want to do your own?
Pretty cool. What?
Want to start your own chicken farm?
Maybe.
We got like,
I know Katarina's having a blast with her. Oh my gosh.
hmm?
Let me tell you that Celebrities and one of his best friends, Crenshaw, met up with Katarina in Ohio.
Yeah, he showed me the pictures.
And
It's creepy.
no, it's not. It's awesome. They were really cool. And she had taken a chicken feather from Cluck Norris
Mhm.
and put it in a Ziploc bag and gave it to Celebrities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So to get this straight, so these three perfectly random strangers that have never met each other, don't even live near each other.
Did we play Lord of the Rings
Hold on.
online together?
Right. So they live in different states.
No, they live in the same state.
Oh, that made it easier. Okay. I thought they were different states. So anyways, okay. So they live in the same state, but different towns probably. And met on this game and met you in a totally different state that has a virtual chicken named Cluck Norris
That's
that
right.
your friend who has a real life, a non-virtual chicken farm, who
Yes.
named one of her roosters
Her
after,
first rooster.
okay,
Cluck Norris.
her
Yes.
first rooster after your virtual rooster's name.
Yes.
And so she took a real feather off the real rooster named off the virtual rooster,
Yes.
took it to a friend of hers that she would never have met outside of, someone's coming, Anthony.
Go ahead.
Otherwise, throughout this game. And so, yeah,
Yeah. And labeled on the bag and everything. Cluck Norris feather.
it's awesome.
Yep.
Hello?
How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm just here in my truck.
Yeah, this looks dark.
I gotta go sit down.
I see a slight sliver of light.
Yes, hold on. Give me a second.
You don't have to turn the camera on. I know who you is. This is my
I'm
friend. Anthony. Oh, I should say your name.
I'm inside of my friend's $100,000 tractor.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
is that expensive for a tractor?
Well, it used to be like $30,000 less, but because of inflation and Amazon is buying like a lot of tractors. The
Right.
prices are really high up right now, but he
Yeah.
still bought it $100,000.
Cool.
I have rich friends.
Yep. So you're in the sleeper cabin, I take it?
Yes.
I got a story. I had a guy that used to drive chemicals to us back at TI's 20 years ago. He liquidated all his retirement savings and put it into his truck. Right, he was a long haul driver as well. It was like $1 million truck, and he called it his retirement home. on wheels, and he had like red velvet carpet like ceiling to floor, you know, in a sleeper cabin. It was like a double sleeper cabin. He had like a chandelier and this epic sound system. It was terrible.
It's this life is for single people.
Yeah. Well, he brought his wife. His wife were.
Oh,
why it
well,
was a
people
double wide.
that I don't know. I mean, you could do it if you're married, but it's kinda, like weird. Everyone thinks you're homeless until you like they see the money.
Yeah.
I'm so serious. It's crazy.
I hear you. It's good money though, right? You making good money?
Yes, but that might end soon because people think AI might take over. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
AI's gonna take over everything. Yeah.
I don't know about that because Tesla keeps like. Have you ever heard about this thing called the bit flip?
I don't think so. Bit flip. Let me see that. If I have, I've forgotten about it. This is Joel's picking on me. Radiolab bit flips when PCs try to reach Windows.com. What is that?
No. It's basically when a particle hits a computer system like the CPU, and it makes the zeros and one reorder. So it makes the computer forget or go crazy.
Bit flipping attack is an attack on a cryptographic cipher in which the attacker can change the cipher text in such a way as to result in a predictable change of the plain text. Is that what you're talking about?
What's this? Veritasium made a video about it. It's basically a particle coming from outer space hitting the CPU and making the zeros and ones go crazy. Like it destroys the order, it makes the computer make errors.
Yeah, that's actually kind of normal. It's not. I never heard it called bit flip before, but yeah, no. Digital technology's always had that problem. It's not just particles from outer space. There's all kinds of local, EMF stuff. So the the bus technology, it's based on what's called a tri-gate, bus system, and it's basically just a collection of it's like a sine wave. It's just up and down, It's 0 volt, 5 volt, 0 volt, 5 volt. For most PCs, anyways, and then all kinds of things can interfere with that voltage signal. But there's all kinds of other technology built to correct for it. So,
like redundancies, right?
Not only that, the redundant buses, redundant gate systems. There's caching to help make sure that, and there's a what do you call a ECC type memory chip, a error correction type chip. That's so that you can get non-error correction chips because they're cheaper, but there's all kinds of technology specifically designed to basically detect and try to prevent those kind of errors. But it's normal. It's not like us,
And that's the thing. Prevention is like not security. It's like you told me. There is nothing secure in the internet, right? And they wanna trust. They wanna trust because out of the sake of saving money or out of the sake of not of being, I guess you could say, greedy, of not wanting to pay a high paying job on a high skill job, or entrust a heavy machinery to people. Out of that need, out of that want, they want to replace us with machines that could go haywire out of nowhere and eventually kill a lot of people or destroy a lot of property. If a semi hits a freeway or a bridge, I mean, a lot of bad things could happen, I mean, some of us, yeah, a lot of, some of us are literally carrying bombs, okay, for the military. So I don't know about that, the AI technology. I mean, I like it, but dang, it's too much, too much of a risk.
It's one of those things. It's a curve. They call it the S curve, where any new technology has to be fleshed out and tested, and you have to gain that level of trust. So if they do start to become more popular, then I think most companies, if not all companies, it's probably laws about it. That's what Elon talks about. It's not that he's thinking AI is going to kill us all. He just wants it to be regulated. He wants laws, just like nuclear weapons have laws. Not everybody can just go build their own bomb. So so there'll probably be laws about making sure that there is a driver, for many years, if not decades to come, still behind an AI-driven truck. So you'll be the backup driver essentially. You know, so like the Tesla cars, you have to have your hands on the wheel. The AI is not supposed to work. They have different versions of software, basically, but the car will sound all kinds of alarms if it doesn't feel your hands on the steering wheel and stuff.
I'm pretty sure you could like trick the computer to think you're holding the steering wheel. It kind of makes me worry because I'm really good at finding YouTube videos or videos throughout the internet or information that completely destroy these arguments of people. You know, like like the what's it called? There are people that sleep holding the steering wheel. There's a Tesla almost crashing on a freeway that looks grayish, and it wasn't able to read the lines on the ground or something like that. There was another Tesla that almost crashed into a house because it wasn't able to read the 90-degree angle of the street. So I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I don't know,
man. Some of those are fake. I mean, some of them are probably very real too, but there's this one I saw where they're trying to say how the car tried to run somebody over passing in front of it in the street in a crosswalk. But you can see, you know, it's saying it didn't detect the guy until he was right in front of the car, and then it surged forward, almost ran him over. But it was fake because he's showing his camera, you're seeing the center console, you know, the Tesla, the computer screen. And so you can see on the screen, the system was watching the pedestrian. He was already on the sensors. And right before the car surged forward, tried to hit the guy, he leaned forward. His hands touched the steering wheel before the car moved. So he himself, obviously, because again, you have to have your hand on the wheel for it to go like that. He tried to run the guy over, you know, and then stopped it, of course, and then tried to sell the video as, oh, look, Tesla's AI is broken. No. The AI is working perfectly fine. It was watching the pedestrian. You're lying on the internet, guy. You know?
Yeah. So sometimes I think there's too, like with every new technology, there is new occurrences.
Yes, agreed.
And those occurrences people are not accustomed to, and there are, I think, because of those occurrences and because of people not knowing how to, for the lack of better word, or better description rather, not able to identify the order of that technology. And then they become emotional. They become, is the faulty of such technology and not mine. You know?
Yeah, and trying to fill in the blanks, right?
Yeah, and I mean, to their best of their ability, but I mean, let's face it, most people are not scientists, right?
They don't have to be. I mean, I don't know if you've heard me before, but more recently saying the only difference between a plumber and somebody that fixes pipes is the plumber gets paid for it. You know, the only difference between a scientist and somebody that likes to learn science is the scientist gets paid for it. It's the only difference. Everybody can be a scientist. But like Sandy and I were talking about earlier with the 5G thing, she was sharing some videos on it. And, you know, there's a lot of people, like you're just saying, they don't understand the technology. They don't understand, you know, that there are competitors out there that wants to create a false fear, you know, to try to hurt the market. But
that's true.
Yeah. So
I mean, we're you're talking on the elite level, and the people, like the majority of people, are just too worried about getting the bills paid for food and stuff, you know.
Well, see, I love that because I'm also, I got bills, you know, I got food, I gotta go find a barbecue place tomorrow but no, that's the joy. So, you know, guys like me that you think I'm elite, whatever, I have to do the same thing. I have to go do my research. I have to go find other people that know this stuff. I have to learn just the same. That's the only difference. You know, you've heard me say before, I think everybody's just as smart as everybody else. Just different people have different interests at different times. So
most people don't believe that.
Yeah, well,
most people have the mentality of a victim, and that's a problem.
Well, to me, that's their choice. You know, I could choose to be a victim, but I don't care to. You know, I don't know. It's the only difference. We're all the same otherwise. So those
Yeah.
are like you, people that want to learn more than they already know. You go, you seek, you go search, you test. You're doing science. You're trying to find other people that might know stuff, and then you do your own research. That's all science is.
Hmm.
So you're a scientist. You're just not getting paid for it like me. That's all different. So, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Are we? Who else is here? Like, are we the only ones, or?
I think so. Yep. Right now. Sandy was here
Mhm.
earlier. She's from New Zealand. It's 2:00 in the morning Central Time. It's probably midnight your time? Are you
About
in
to be.
California? Or?
Yes, I'm in California. Yes.
Cool. Did you hear a couple of our kids from California are visiting Texas this weekend or this week?
Nice. I was
Yeah.
close to you're by Waco, right?
Waco, yeah.
Waco, Texas. Yeah, I was close to it. I go to Maynard, Texas a lot for
Cool.
for the company of my friend. We
Mhm.
might move to Dallas next year, most
Yep.
likely.
The great
Might be.
exodus.
Everyone's leaving, man.
Yep.
Ah,
Yep.
but my parents still have a home here. But dang.
Well, your home is your truck, though, right? You go all over the place, don't you?
Yes, but I miss having a home. I miss having a room. Like my parents are rich, so
Yeah.
it's kind of, but it's a sacrifice. But at the same time, it's for the better.
Yeah. As long as you're having fun, I say.
Well, I do like driving the trucks, especially on snowstorms.
Yeah.
It's kind of challenging. It's fun.
All right.
It kind of makes.
As long as you're safe, right?
Well,
That's good.
astronauts are hardly ever safe out there, right? It kind of makes me feel like I'm a little astronaut out there when there's a snowstorm and I'm in the middle of nowhere, and there's like 30-mile-an-hour wind with like snowflakes running. Like I got a video. I want to buy a headset with glasses with video cameras on it, and I wanna drive in those conditions to show people what truck drivers are made of. Truck drivers are not what most people think they are.
So it's the challenge, the adventure.
Yes. It's much more than the money. It's like it literally hardens you. It makes you stronger. It makes your nerves. It makes you steel. It gives you nerves of steel. Cause man, like at night, the mirage when on a hot day,
Mm-hmm.
and then you see afar in the distance, and you see like water, but water is not really there. It's a mirage, right?
Right.
At night, there's something similar, but with a shadow, and it plays with your mind. It makes you feel weird, like it's like hallucinations.
Huh.
And when there is a storm or snow, same thing. It feels super weird, man. And then they're like, oh man, if I let go of the steering wheel, I'm gonna die.
So you gotta get the proper training and expertise and survival.
That's the thing. They don't teach us that at school. They don't teach us. The road, man. It's the road. The road is the real teacher.
Oops. You seeing this? I'm trying to get the right picture up here. So this is the different versions of that Google Glass. Have you heard of that yet?
Oh no, but what? Tell me.
This is just like a single. This is one of the cheaper ones. It's like a $1,200 still. But
1,200.
Yep.
So I wear those glasses and they record.
Yeah, and they you get fancier ones. You can get like it'll show like screens and stuff. You can actually browse things on the internet. The really fancy ones will they'll look up people that you're looking at through your glasses, and it'll bring up like a Facebook website of that person next to them. Bring up some sort of information.
How much
all.
are those?
There's several thousands of dollars still, unfortunately, but yeah, there's quite the variety out there.
I just go back to the 1,200.
It's a CDW. You still seeing the screen or what? Is it still?
Yes, I still see it, but I'm in my phone, so.
Hold on. I think the StreamYard's not doing it right. Hold on. It opened a new tab I have to switch to. Oh, that's not right.
Infinity.
Is this it? Nope, that's the wrong one. Goodness gracious.
Where it falls up?
Fiber? StreamYard quotes. Where is this? Is this it? This is it. This has to be it. Is that it?
So why do they cost so much? I don't get it.
It's just advanced technology. They try to get as much money as they can for it, best they can. Did I close my? I did, didn't I? Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, but I think I closed my StreamYard. So how the heck am we hearing each other? Did I move it to another browser? I did. I'm having
The jelly donut.
a jelly donut.
It's up to you to say you are.
Yeah.
You're cute.
Hold on. My internet browsers are dancing all over my screen. I'm clicking on too many things at once.
So what's the difference between those glasses and the most expensive ones? Like,
What?
what?
Let me see if I can find an example. Some of them are really controversial.
Why?
Well, because there was like one Google guy that was wearing them on a subway, and one of the subway other passengers saw that he could see all kinds of things about people, strangers, just while he was in the subway, and they were like, "Wait a minute, what are you doing?"
The home screen.
And it was like a privacy violation type potential lawsuit.
It's a row of cards. Things to the left are happening now or coming up, like the weather, an upcoming flight, or an
And
event.
do I have to pay for the internet service or something?
Anywhere.
Usually, I mean, you can just get a GoPhone or GoPro. I mean, GoPhone.
GoPro?
Yeah, the cheap little high
yeah.
definition cameras. There you go. This is probably not quite this clear, but you get the idea. You can get overlays on your glass, like a heads-up display. But the real interesting things, again, it'll the controversial ones. It'll scan people's faces.
Oh man!
And then scan the internet for information about them for you. Kind of like Tony Stark's glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, but not quite as nice yet.
Hey there, guy. Hey there, little guy. Where's the music section?
There's just showing maps.
See you, dude.
Take pictures.
Okay, here goes.
He's talking to somebody playing his music. Anyhow, yeah, no, GoPro will work. We used to have
how about the one about people's faces? Could you put a video regarding that one?
I don't know. It's probably not going to be very authentic. But let's see. Let's see what we can find. There you go. Facial recognition.
And how much are those glasses?
I'm pretty sure those are real expensive. Again, this is about $1,000 for just that one, and you get the ones that have the overlay and stuff. But
like how much? Tell me a number. Come on.
I don't know exactly. Goodness. Look it up.
But you're right now. You're my Google, man.
Yeah. 1,500 for that one. $1,000. I don't think that's the same thing, but yeah, they're pretty expensive. I don't know what this is. Widescreen Android media player, virtual video.
Hmm.
Here you go. It's $1,500 here, wherever this is. Mercari, how do you pronounce that?
But the thing is, like, for example, why pay for that much? Like, okay, right now I have like can I screen share with you?
Yeah.
How?
In the StreamYard, there's a share button.
One second. Share button in the StreamYard. Why is this StreamYard?
That is what you use to get into this channel. So you have YouTube, then you have StreamYard.
I have chat.
Mm-hmm.
I have chat. I have cam and mic.
Is there anything at the bottom?
Just my phone stuff. I could have this.
So don't know what it will look like on the phone app. So if you can find the share feature on the phone version.
StreamYard. And then I see this. It took you put it on Discord, and that Discord took me to a website.
So that took you to the YouTube video, and then you, I think, had to have clicked on the StreamYard link at the top of that YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And so that opens a new browser for StreamYard.
Yes.
And that's the live stream session we're doing. So on the StreamYard browser is where hopefully you can find a share button.
I can't. Like, I don't know if I leave, I don't know if I'm gonna. Let me see. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna post a screenshot on Discord, and you'll see it of what I'm talking about.
Oh, excuse me. Trying to find StreamYard button. Here, this is what it looks like on PC at least. So on PC, you've got mute, cam, mic, share, invite, leave studio. Don't know. The mobile app may not have it, that version, that feature. I don't know.
Maybe I have my I bought a what's it called, the Windows X Pro tablet. I have it. I'm on the process of getting the keyboard and the pen. It's like another $300. So altogether, it's like 1,800. Oh man, that was expensive.
Dang.
But
you rich truck drivers, you. All right, what am I doing? You posted it on Discord, you said? Oh, I did post my StreamYard link. Ha ha. On Discord. Okay. Whoa. There you go. There we go. And you want to show? Oh, where'd you go? Yeah, you're back.
I don't know what happened. I posted the screenshot on Discord. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm. Yes. You should be able to see it now in channel. Oh, he dropped off again.
What's going on? Oh, you see it? Okay, good. Okay, so if you go on the bottom, you see that word lens.
Yeah.
Okay, if I were to tap on that on my phone, it will essentially scan the photo, and look at the words and informations around me. It's
Cool.
basically what the Google Lens does. That
Okay.
technology, yeah, that technology right there is from Google. So what is the difference between me, my phone, and that technology and the glasses? Why spend
Well,
1,200 for something that I seem to already have?
basically, the Google is like a fancy cell phone that fits on your face instead of your hand.
Hmm.
And the technology, it's called video analytics. I used to do it when I was working at Pelco.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can find a good demo of it real quick or not.
Brian Lane, Senior Product Manager for Imaging Software at Schneider Electric.
Are you hearing the sound?
Hmm.
Is it echoing?
Profile for video
No.
What you're looking at right now is the web GUI for a Spectra HD camera.
So
It's going to look the same.
this is the kind of stuff I developed over at Pelco.
Presets and tours and the ability to
Hmm.
control the camera over here on the side. For its settings, you want to click on Analytics Setup screen in this window. If you, I've got thing meaningful out here number. Now the reason why I named it 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. is one of the reasons why you might want to have different profiles. So in 5 p.m. during the work hours. But I may want ETZ, you may actually want to choose a different preset.
Try to find some good stuff real quick. Hold on. This is the boring stuff.
And is pretty much static. So I'm going to select outdoor. Your lighting is flickering would be considered. Now remember, when you set
Come on, show something cool. This is boring stuff. Basically setting up the tracking analytic, I think. Abandoned object.
Mm.
So list of different behaviors you can program.
Number of false alarms.
Oh, doesn't it actually show it?
I want to make sure, this is what people forget a lot of times, is to run your profile.
Yeah.
So once you've done this, you now set up your profile, and once again, you may need to come back in here.
But he's just showing you the menu. He doesn't actually show it in action.
Hmm.
That was the abandoned object thing. So it's like for airports, whatever. If somebody drops like a suitcase off and then leaves it there for an amount of time, then it'll automatically detect it and set alarms off for the security guys.
Okay, so like I get an
There you
anti-terrorist technology in
Mhm.
essence.
Yep.
Mm.
So this is an image of the way the camera, the analytics in the camera can detect paths. It can try to see if someone's walking on a certain place or if it's a certain direction they're going in. So the camera is activating. It's saying, okay, somebody's walking in my designated path. You know, find out who it is. And so now it's drawing a box around what it thinks is the person. You can make it so it'll. That was a cheap demonstration. You can make it so it'll tilt the camera and pan, tilt, and stuff. There's all kinds of things you can do with it. It's really cool. So Pelco has their analytics. Google has their analytics. Everybody's trying to make the next best thing. This is huge money. This is just the boring configuring it part. Can't find the cool parts, man. Let's see what this lady says.
But what if it were 16 or 32 or 64?
Yep.
By the way, did you catch that guy stealing the statue? Now imagine you're in charge of monitoring thousands of cameras, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. How can you possibly watch all of them and know what's going on? The answer is actually very simple.
Okay, lady.
Welcome to the world of Pelco Video Analytics. Big brain watching video analytics. The folks guarding
That's cute.
better get out of here. Now, you just saw several behaviors in action. including object removal, directional motion, and abandoned object. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Take a look at this. With object counting, you can
Those
count
marketing people.
pieces of art rolling off the assembly
Yep.
line.
Priceless
And with
pieces of
relative
art.
motion, your
Garden
system
gnomes.
can distinguish your target from the rest of the movement going on within a scene. Because analytics are so integral to the work you do, Pelco is engineering this intelligence into a wide variety of our products. Take, for example, our new Cerix-based camera systems, which incorporate Pelco analytics right into the camera. Endura and Digital Sentry also utilize a long list of behaviors, and thanks to our open software architecture, the smart.
Oh, that was just marketing. I want to see some cool stuff in action. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry. It's hard to find stuff sometimes. You get the idea, though, right? Still there? Where'd you go? Oh, you dropped off, darn it. Oh, you're waiting. Stop doing that. Let me get you some internet glue.
You can hear me, right?
I can
Hello?
now. I had to re-add you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm using Chrome now. Is there a problem? I'm trying to multitask.
No, fine. I didn't know that you dropped off. I apologize.
I did for a bit because I was trying to order food through DoorDash. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna order food right now. You believe it or not, you could use coordinates to deliver food through DoorDash.
Nice.
So yeah, man, that's kind of cool. I want those glasses, but I don't see the price point. I'd rather just stick to my phone.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's probably why it's so expensive, because it's just a fancy phone on your face.
Mm.
Like this here PTZ camera. This is probably a $2,000 camera.
Like what those glasses could do, I could probably do. Like I could just take a picture of a person.
Yes, or you can live stream. Infrared. Smart compression. 4K resolution. Zoom in for days. Come on, show us cool stuff, man. It's all boring stuff. There's a cool stuff. There you go. It's infrared PTZ tracking. It recognizes who the human is. Human-shaped target.
Infrared, huh?
Mm-hmm. And the camera is automatically moving. It's trying to ignore the rest of the background and focus on just the person. See?
How much is that?
There's different varieties, but they can range from anywhere between 1,000 to 5,000, probably.
5,000 for a little piece of glass?
No. This is what's called a pan tilt zoom camera.
Oh, so we're not talking about Google Glasses anymore?
No, I was trying to show the reason why this stuff is so expensive. It's the analytics. So it's just a piece of eyewear you wear at the camera. It's the software that makes it so expensive.
Got it.
The capabilities, the features.
So it's basically like millions upon millions lines of code that is sold to the market.
Yeah, features. You get access to Google stuff that you might not get on just the internet. I wish I could find really cool demos, but I'm not finding them quickly.
So that's the most expensive one, the $5,000?
For cameras?
For the functionality of the glasses.
No, I don't know about those. This is these are security cameras.
No.
$1,000, yeah.
I want the functionality of the glasses. Like I want to know which one is the most expensive and why.
Well, unfortunately, it is broken.
Open platform for third-party app integration.
So there you go.
Hey.
So maybe that'll help.
Hey, it's not like I've been lacking on my practicing of coding, but it's kind of hard to like practice Python without a computer and internet connectivity, you know. But the whole reason that I bought my tablet was to practice Python, and I'm almost done with it. Like I really did do deep dives, and I like I found this YouTube video 13 hours long, and I listened to all of it, and I know why in Python prints and the print command is so useful, and the little dashes and the semicolons is basically Python is a computer program that goes into text files and reads them, right? It identifies the, huh?
Oh, it can do a lot of things like that. Yeah.
That's why it's so popular, right?
I think the main reason is because it has a wealth of pre-built libraries you can just real quickly download and add. So Python.
Yeah, you could cheat like that.
Yes. There's so much. There's such a wealth of programs already written for Python that are free and open source that it's like people have done all the programming for you, basically.
Who do you trust, though?
Yourself.
No, I mean, which programs do you trust to download? You know,
for like what?
Like, well, I heard Python can be used to like control machines, right?
Yeah.
And so, how do you trust an expensive machine to a free code program? Like things that are valuable are often not free. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of things are like trial offers and stuff like that, but it just depends on what you're trying to do. What is it? Is there a specific application you're asking about?
Like, not. I'm just being general right now, but
Okay.
no. But essentially, like, I don't know what to use Python for. You know, like in my head, this is what I think programming is. Oh, it's a bunch of syntax that you have to know, a bunch of vocabulary that you have to understand, and a bunch of orders that you have to memorize. And on top of that, you have to understand mathematics in order to tell the machine, and you have to understand the machine, the computer, how it looks at the world and how it looks at the coding that you're programming in, like your the codes that you're putting into it. You have to understand how the machines understands it, so that way you understand in your head what to do and how to do it with the coding.
Sure.
And because I keep finding online that most people don't know what to do with it, you know. They're confused about it.
Yeah, that's the only answer I can think of too. You can do whatever you want, you know, like just a quick little thing here. Making different games with it if you want. But yeah, you're right. That's exactly it. You have to think of what you want to do, and then you have to learn how to tell or teach the computer how to do it. And you have to use the tools the computer understands.
And Python, you said Python is a low-level language, right?
It's actually it's technically a high-level language. So low-level is like assembly, where it's just real machine language.
Oh, like
high
zeros and
level
ones?
is where you've got like BASIC and Python, C#, that kind of thing.
Huh.
It means the closer to the English language or human language it is, the higher it is. And the closer it is to machine language, the lower level is. Assembly is low level. Leverage Python would be a high language level.
So okay. So the zeros and ones is what the computer reads when you say in Python, print hello world, right?
Yes.
Like it translates that to zeros and ones in the order of Python or in the order of C++, right?
So, well, Python's what's called an interpreted language. Other languages have what's called compilers. But basically, yeah, it takes the human version and then compiles it into the machine language. So this is the ASCII. Ooh, I try to pause it. Take on it. This is the ASCII representation. This is the actual hexadecimal. So these numbers and letters, 16 alphanumeric numbers, these translate into the actual zeros and ones. So instead of having to program it with the alphanumeric, you program it with a compilable language like this is BASIC. It looks like, Actually, yeah. So BASIC it'll translate this pseudo English looking stuff back into the machine language stuff, which gets translated into the actual, ones and zeros.
If I were to pay you, say, $500, would you be able to make a comprehensive tutorial?
There's plenty of people out there that probably do it already for free.
How much will you charge?
I wouldn't charge, man. If you want me to help teach you stuff, yeah, just give me an idea.
But I want to pay you. So how much would you charge?
I don't know. Depends on if we're having to do something that actually takes work.
Huh?
It depends on how much work it takes. I get paid enough to do like hard crap. Yeah, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to make a game together, that's a lot of work. So yeah. What do you want to do?
I don't want to make a game. I want to build tools.
Like, what kind of tool?
A robotic tool.
Okay.
Like I want like I seen competitions and where like programmers program robots. I want to understand the hardware of the robot and the software of it.
Okay, it's not too hard. There's a bunch of what they call Antbot competitions. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Yeah. Usually you need some sort of microcontroller, Allen Bradley's or Raspberry Pis, that kind of thing. And most of the cheapest ones, I guess. Well, Raspberry Pi can run on like Linux and other things, but some of them are what's called programmable logic controllers, PLCs, that rely on what's called ladder logic. Oops. Yeah, drones. See, I wouldn't mind. I've actually had thoughts of playing with drone stuff. Get some automated drones, but I got
I could use Python to do that, right?
Yeah, all kinds of languages. The language isn't important. It's just trying again teach the computer or the hardware how to do it. Oh, excuse me. There's a wealth of stuff out there, man. These are probably like pre-made little kits you could probably buy for $20 or less.
And then I want to understand electricity because this stuff runs in control electricity, right?
Yeah, circuitry. Yeah.
I want to understand that too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, if you want, I could pay you, but you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'd rather. If I get back to my thing here, show you again. There's such a wealth. There's already a world of free and cheap stuff out there. That's what I would do. I would, if we were going to do something together, I'd want to buy something like this. So, this is that video I was just watching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Freaking $2, man, for circuit board.
Yeah,
okay.
I gotta get back into it because that stuff interests me a lot. And like, yeah, I don't know. I have, I guess I have a thing for it because I
Sure.
can think like I don't know why I'm a trucker. People keep telling me, "Why are you a trucker?" I don't know.
Nothing wrong with that, man. I beg to differ, I guess. There's a guy on Discord you probably know. He's a trucker. He's a real smart guy. Yeah, we don't. When I try to hire people in the fields that I'm in, I don't care what their past experience is. All I care about is that they want to do the work and they show that they can. You know, and I've shared my stories. You know, I got into high scientific fields, whatever, just but you know, without fancy degrees or anything, just showing that I know how to do the crap. So I wanted to do it. And I got in the right place, the right time, at the right person. We don't normally care about anything other than someone can do the work, you know?
Mm.
And that's the thing. So if you wanted to get into these fields, if you wanted to learn the robotics, learn Python, all these things, you have to have a good self-starting desire. You have to really want to do it, you know? And so like they say, when there's a will, there's a way. If someone genuinely wants to learn this stuff, you can learn anything for free, like Elon says. So I can help, you know, gives you some starter points and stuff if you need help with that. But ultimately, the best way to learn this stuff is doing it on your own, satisfying your own curiosity. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Mark Roper, he's one of my favorites. I'm showing him real quick. Oops, I just closed my wrong thing. He has a engineering training course that he offers. He is a retired NASA kid. I don't know how old he is, but he's young. He made a lot of money quick. Here you go, Mark Roper. Let me share his screen. He's got a YouTube channel. And it's cheap, like a couple $100 or so. And he shows people how to do engineering projects that he likes to do for fun, get people started in it. He uses his own past. He was one of the NASA engineers that designed the I forget which rover it was, but he built a Mars rover. I think he did Curiosity. So this is his stream. He's one of my favorites. 20 million subscribers now. See, look how young he is. He's retired. NASA engineer. Punk kid. He does some really fancy stuff. How to skin a watermelon. That's funny. But somewhere in here, he does so he worked at NASA for 9 years. Yep, worked on the Curiosity rover. There you go. 30-day creative engineering class. He does an online class. You sign up for.
Send me that link.
Yeah, hold on. I'll play the demo for everybody else too. I'll post it here in.
My Mexican came out. Sorry. Like I have a Mexican thing. Like not all Mexicans do this, by the way, but like in the where I come from, like I come from a second world, but like my family is like poor and rich at the same time. It's kind of weird.
Like Elon Musk.
Anyway, it's weird. Yeah,
it's South Africa.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of like that, but it's weirder. Like it's weirder.
Okay.
And we have like a commanding attitude sometimes, or you know, we don't mean to command, but it's just like it's for some reason it wired into us. So
yeah, authoritative.
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah.
You're fine. It's not Mexican. It's just normal.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I'll play this clip here.
I'm Mark Rober, and I'm a former NASA and Apple engineer turned YouTuber. Welcome to my monthly class.
This guy's awesome.
This class is a hands-on 30-day learning experience that will teach you how to use engineering and science to bring your creative ideas to life. For the past 10 years, I've been sharing my engineering builds to YouTube now to over 15 million subscribers and almost 2 billion views. I've designed an automatic bullseye dartboard, a rocket-powered golf club, the world's largest super soaker and Nerf gun, a glitter bomb bait package to stop
some
sports
ideas?
pirates, playing card machine gun, an automatic strike bowling ball, and a Ninja Warrior obstacle course for squirrels, plus a bunch more. During
His-
this
his
class,
channel's
I'm going to
awesome.
share with you my entire creative engineering process from start to finish. You're going to follow along with me as I fully design and engineer 3 brand new builds from scratch, from how I come up with the viral idea all the way through finalizing the build and giving it character. Along the way, I'm going to be explaining and teaching everything that I'm doing. My thought process, my design decisions, my tools and techniques. We'll cover mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, 3D printing, prototyping, CAD, Arduino and Raspberry Pi, the scientific method, and so much more, including how to tell a great story around your build so people will see it and naturally want to share it with their friends. And if all that sounds way over your head, don't worry, because I'll be taking these complex topics and breaking them down to their most basic elements, so they'll make sense even to someone who's just starting out. And by far the coolest part of all of this is you'll also be engineering your own original creative builds alongside me. The best way to learn is by doing. So this class is hands-on. You'll apply what you're learning in class directly to your own unique project.
What did he do to that?
And whether
one?
you're a complete beginner or an experienced engineer, this course is designed so you can learn and create at the edge of your own abilities. Together, we'll follow the engineering design process side by side, and by the end of the month, you will leave the class with 3 creative, original builds of your own that you can proudly show off to the world. In part 1 of the class, I'm going to walk you through my start-to-finish engineering design process as I create my first build. This build is going to rely on mechanical engineering, and it's going to relate in some way to the category of food. I'll show you how to brainstorm and select the best build ideas, how to define requirements and constraints, how to systematically conduct background research and run experiments to answer open questions, how to utilize energy sources like springs, pneumatics, and motors, how to find and purchase the best materials, and then how to test and improve a prototype, which will then lead to your final build. By the end of part 1, you'll learn my complete end-to-end engineering design process. You'll watch me design, construct, and finalize my build right in front of you. And you'll create a mechanical build completely unique to you, also having something to do with food, whether that's a machine that cooks you breakfast.
I have a
push of
question.
button.
Shoot.
Is this a pre-recorded class?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe some of it is.
Okay, because I don't have a home right now. All I have is a truck. If anything, I could like write programs on like my tablet, but that's about it.
Yeah. You set up your science and engineering lab in your back of your truck.
Bring it around inside the trailer, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna get a trailer refurb soon.
There you go. Your
But,
mobile science lab.
You know
Yeah.
what?
No. Huh?
I think by next year, if things go right, I'll be able to afford a home in Texas.
Cool.
So somewhere. Hopefully, like.
I'll post that link on my channel. It's
Yeah.
his monthly thing, and I don't know. He doesn't have them like every year, or every month or whatever. But get this email him, see when the next one is, and there's all kinds. This is his YouTube channel. It's full of good stuff.
I've seen him before. He designed the squirrel. I like that one.
Yep. So yeah, so he has the time. He's retired, like I said. He's he doesn't have to work on freaking crap like I'm working on.
But you, Joe, you have worked for like secret machines and
Yeah.
like.
It's the same.
Yeah, but I mean, you have something that they don't have. You know what I mean? Like,
So
I don't know, man. Maybe you should use your knowledge to charge to me. I mean, you told me that people wanted to make you a professor, right?
yeah,
Somewhere.
almost
So,
got hired a couple times, yeah.
Maybe you could teach rich people. Eventually I'm gonna become rich, man. Like I could pay you. Let me pay you.
Well, like I
I
said,
don't
there's better people out there that can teach, I guess. But yeah, I mean, for me or anyone, you have to pick a project. You have to get the time to do it, and then it's just a matter of having the fun to research it and do it.
How much would you pay for like a large project? Like what would you consider a large project?
Well, see, I'm one of those kind of guys that's not big into money. So, I mean, I'm the job I'm doing now pays off, pays my stuff. But, so yeah, if I didn't have a job, I'd be more interested in, being hired or whatever. But otherwise, it's just fun. It's just stuff. It's like a hobby.
Huh.
So I don't need your stinking money. Just kidding. No.
Okay,
If you're going to spend money on something, that's what I'm saying. Mark Roper and others. There's other things out there that yeah.
You do it for passion, right? That's
For who?
for passion.
Passion, yeah, I guess, or just fun of it.
You just like it.
I do need to do something though, Anthony, because I usually just play games. My my old habits of trying to just relax, whatever. They're not working anymore. It's like I've played too many games now, so I'm bored. So all the new games that come out are just boring.
Uh-huh.
So I need to figure something out. My current garage. I tell my poor Mrs. Joel. I tell her I wish I could clear my garage out. It's full of packing boxes and stuff. So this house we're in now is supposed to be temporary, but here it is. It's been a year now. But I don't know. One of my old ideas I've had since I was a kid was to retire and create my own little mad science lab. Just haven't got to it yet.
Because there are people that why don't you become an inventor, man? Like seriously. Like become an inventor and sell your ideas to the world, and you'll probably be richer than Elon.
Maybe that's how he got rich. He's selling his ideas to the world. I don't know. I've been happy in doing successful stuff to get other people rich. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, but you gotta be rich with us, not
Well, yeah, I don't have the starter money to start my own rockets, but I got to build on the other people's rockets, so I've been having fun.
I heard like someone designed some kind of glue or some kind of material that was sold to NASA, and he basically bought a house on the hills because of his invention.
WD-40 came to mind.
Huh?
You ever use WD-40, the degreaser?
No. Wait, WD-40. It sounds familiar.
Hold on,
So-
share screen. It was invented as a protector for NASA rockets.
Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah. Yep.
What does it stand for? I forget now. Made by the Rocket Chemical Company, 1953. What did the WD? There was a reason for the WD. But yeah, they're using it to help weatherproof rockets. Water displacement, the 40th formula. So it wasn't meant as a degreaser early on. It was meant as a water displacement chemical for rockets.
Water. What is displacement?
To protect the outer skin of the Atlas missile from rust and corrosion. It was meant as a thin paint, as an oil. So yeah,
Wow.
whoever invented that's stinking rich, because it's used for everything else. Rocket
Oh
Chemical
man,
Company.
you can be rich, man.
You see the Coppertone guy?
Just don't join the Freemasons. Whatever you do, don't get into those secret societies, man. They're crazy.
Yeah. You get Coppertone suntan lotion.
What is that?
Coppertone.
I never seen that before.
What? It's suntan lotion. You still see my screen?
Yes, I see your screen, but I never seen that product.
Yeah, it's like the first commercial-made suntan lotion.
Huh? I'm brown, so I don't use tan lotions.
Whatever. But the guy that invented that, he was a high school chemistry class teacher. He made it in a garbage can in his garage in California somewhere. And he's a multi-billionaire today. He gold-plated his first garbage can that he made his Coppertone stuff out of.
Hmm.
He's in his living room down at his mansion. I wish I could find an example. See how broken the internet is? None of this has anything to do with gold-plated garbage cans.
It's probably the AI trying to brainwash you, man.
Yes, or Google is broken.
Yeah, it's like, you see, that's what happened after they got into the Bilderberg secret society, man. It went haywire.
Meh.
You should make your own search bar and not sell it for anything.
Just people looking up dumb stuff online. So it breaks all the search spiders. New Jersey. I thought he was from California. I guess not. Trying to find the guy's name.
Hmm.
I've seen him on shows. Point was that anybody can do anything.
Go do your science lab and let me be your student.
Yeah, maybe someday.
Someday soon, man. I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna help you move those boxes.
Yeah.
Why not?
You have to get Mrs. Joel's permission. She won't let me do it. I'll try to get him to see if we can put it in storage or something, but we haven't made up our minds yet.
Mm.
Where's the guy that made freaking Coppertone? Where's his name? Ownership. Benjamin Green. Is that it? Huh. See, why does Benjamin Moore come up for Benjamin Green?
I don't know, man. It's probably someone trying to manipulate the search bar or something, I guess.
Internet is broken.
Hmm.
You get the idea. It was on one of those rich and famous shows, whatever. I've seen the pictures of it somewhere. It's buried.
Hmm.
He gold plated his garbage can. It's all beat up. It's great. But
Let's be rich together, Joe.
I don't need to be rich. Oh,
But fancy toys, Joe.
it takes work.
The fancy toys, Joe.
You can do it.
Hey, that I'm about, I'm
You got
going
more
there.
ambition than me. Yeah.
You have more passion than me, man.
No, I just like to know how things work.
Huh?
I just like to know how things work.
That's what I mean. You got curiosity going, man. You're just like me. You just don't know it yet.
Did you watch the Inspiration 4 launch?
What is that now?
Let's see if I can find. See how broken the internet is. It was just a few months ago. It was the first all-civilian spaceflight crew. So Jacobson was it Isaac. He's the guy. He's a self-made multi-billionaire, right? Jared Isaacman. Sorry. So him and these three friends of his basically bought a ride. They bought their own SpaceX Falcon 9 Crew Dragon and went to orbit. Spent 3 days in orbit, all civilian, right?
Mm-hmm.
First time in human history.
See, you could be like those guys, yo. Let's be those guys, yo. We could be.
The reason why I brought it up, so the way Jared got his money, he was 16 years old. He was working at a CompUSA, whatever it was, computer store, right?
Uh-huh.
And he would kind of, he'd break the rules. He'd had customers that come in, and they would be like, I can't afford, this whatever $200 repair. And he was like, again, he was just a young computer kid geek, So yeah, I can do it for you for cheap, So he would get CompUSA, whoever it was he worked for, companies, customers. He would, he'd under, sell or whatever. He'd do the stuff for him under the table, and so he's kind of started his own little, computer repair shop while he was working for somebody else. And one of the customers that he, scalped from whoever this was, CompUSA or whatever it was, happened to run another technology company, right? And they were so impressed with him when he was a kid. He's again 16, 17 years old, that they actually tried to hire him for their IT department, right? And while he's still in high school. And so he started working at that, and they were doing a point of sale system, and it was like, and I forget what it's called. There's all kinds of history on it out there. I was researching. It was so complicated, though. He was like, dude, this got to be an easier way of doing this point of sale system, right? So again, 16, 17 years old, he invents his own point of sale system by stealing it and copying it from these other companies, basically. He just made it, smarter, more common sense, and started trying to sell it on his own. But again, he was just a kid out of high school. He had to literally hire his dad. His dad was an actual, nationwide traveling salesperson. So he hired his dad as his first salesman to sell this credit card processing thing. This is all in the 90s. And it just took off, right? He found a niche market, he improved on a product, made it better and cheaper. And it's this kid out of high school, he became a millionaire. And then when he's like in his 20s, he's talking about how it was leeching the life out of him. It was like he didn't sleep for like weeks at a time, trying to keep this business going. He almost went bankrupt a few times, had changed the name of the company a few times. He had all these problems, of course, but he just kept at it. He almost killed himself, trying to maintain this business in his 20s, right? It's a heck of a lot of work. And so then he finally decided to make a balance in his life, and he got into aviation, started flying jets and stuff like that. He actually bought himself an old Soviet MiG. Soviets were selling aircraft in the 90s. And so, so he broke some records with that, and just, got into that. His hobby is flying. And that's why he wanted to get on the SpaceX rocket. He wanted to go to orbit. So he bought a rocket. And they did it as a charity drive. But the point is, he did that because he killed himself almost trying to maintain a business. I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy life. I got kids, and so I can't be like, I don't want to be like Jared. If you want to be like Jared, go have fun.
Why? What? I guess business could be very vicious. Like,
yes.
People with money is like, I don't know, man. It's crazy.
It is.
They get people like you to make profit out of their ideas, and then everyone else is trying to steal from them.
Yep. And then that's how Jared got rich. He stole from others too. So.
But he didn't steal the idea. He just took the ideas that were already there and make them better.
Yep, that's right.
That's all he did. It wasn't stealing. It was improving.
Yep.
And I guess people didn't like that. It made a lot of enemies that way.
Well, that, and you make a lot of, customers too.
But I will have to pinpoint and make those products better, I guess. But see, right now, Apple and Google are the main giants on the tech industry, and if I make something, like, for example, if I make something good, they'll probably try to copy me and make it better.
Sure, that's competition. Yeah, that's the hardest part. The technology S curve is that while you think you're on the breakthrough of making some awesome new product, someone else beats you to it.
So I have to go covert and not show it off until it's ready, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. Even if you do that, someone else might be being covert too and beat you to the punch. And you got to decide, do you want to keep working on it, or do you have to scrap who knows how many years worth of work and do something different? It's part of the business.
Part of the danger, huh?
Yep, it's a risk. So that's a good point that a lot of socialist type people don't understand, that the hard part of capitalism, or being a capitalist, is that you take on your own risk. So it's gambling. There's no guarantee that your business is going to succeed, or if it does succeed, it's going to continue to. So that's the reason why entrepreneurs make so much money if they do it right, because they took on the risk. They took on all the things that the other people, or certainly the government, never has to take on. So when they do find the right ideas and the right product and the right people to get their thing going, then they get their reward. Great risk becomes great reward. So they earned it. They do the things the government can never do.
He has to be at the right time too, right? Because the Bible says, it says that, for example, it gives, like, he's the one that allows the rich to be rich. And if you're trying to be rich on your own, then you're trying to be rich on your own, and essentially you're stealing from God.
Or you're making your home and your castle on the sands or something like that. Yeah. Well, buddy, Mr. Joel is trying to drag me to bed. She hasn't broken up the night yet.
Bye, Kelly.
Oh, no night, Mr. Anthony. You have a good night too when you get some sleep.
It still look very cute in my shirt.
Okay, you guys get a rest, and we'll, I guess, talk. You should join us next time.
Yeah.
Do what?
She should come chat next time, he said, I think.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, check out Mark Rober. He's got all kinds of good stuff already published.
He'll love it. He'll love Mark.
Yeah, he's seen the squirrel thing. The obstacle course. Yeah, see if you can sign up for his little engineering thing, and just see if that I don't know what kind of investment you may have to make in tools or whatever, but give you some ideas.
I don't have a home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll use it as a reference. How about that?
Sounds good. Well, hope you have fun.
All right, man. Good night. God
Yes,
bless.
sir. God bless. Thank you.